Today's lecture is the 14th session of the Visualization Practice of Compassion and Bodhisattva series. In the last lecture, we mentioned that if we want to be reborn in Buddha's pure lands, as you know, many Dharma practitioners do not know what it means to attain Buddhahood, or the benefits of attaining Buddhahood, but they do know that they might be reborn in bad places after death. And what they hope most is to go to a pure and peaceful land, where there is a Buddha, and where they can be together with the Buddha and accept his teachings. So, if you ask everyone why they practice the holy Dharma, most Dharma practitioners may probably tell you that they wish to be reborn in a pure land, a Buddha's pure land. But is it that simple? Can I simply go there if I want to? Can I get there by simply reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha a few times? In fact, I already mentioned in the previous 13th lecture that if we wish to be reborn in these Buddha's pure lands, there is a certain degree of difficulty. I already told you about these difficulties in the last lecture. I will explain it further and make it clearer in today's lecture. How do we choose some Dharma practice methods to resolve these difficulties? How can we make it easier to go to these Buddha's pure lands? These are what we need to pay attention to, which are also what I am going to talk about today. It turns out that there are some conditions that we must meet. So, we must find ways to meet these conditions while still alive to make it easier for us to go to a Buddha's pure land. This is our focus. And to what extent do we need to meet these conditions? Would I be eligible if I achieve 10% or 70% of them? These will all be covered in today's session. How can we deepen these conditions that enable us to be reborn in Buddha's pure lands? This will be slowly explained in today's session. Today's lecture will also explore further the authenticity of the Shurangama Sutra. Why is it a big deal whether the Shurangama Sutra is genuine or fake? If it is not badly written, there is no need to get in a sweat about that, even if it is fabricated. That is not the reason. The fact is that the Shurangama Sutra is a sutra that links with the demonic realm. Most of its content is about how you will get possessed. The sutra has misguided sentient beings to believe that it is correct to practice in this way so as not to be possessed. However, the truth is just the other way around. Why is it the other way around? Why is it dangerous to read this sutra? Is there any evidence to prove its danger? In fact, I already provided a real case in the last lecture, telling you how dangerous it is. However, there are still some Buddhist followers who wrote me emails. One of them said, "You described this sutra as such a great danger." In fact, there are also cases in which the Dharma practitioners who followed the Shurangama Sutra connected with some evil magnetic fields and saw some horrible scenes. It could be just the ghosts from the spiritual realm who came to ask for help. Asking for help does not mean that the Shurangama Sutra is a fabricated sutra or a harmful sutra. I will further explain why the Shurangama Sutra is dangerous. I will show you some evidence in today's lecture. All of our previous 13 lectures have been uploaded to our Dudjom Buddhist Association International's TV channel on YouTube. They are available on YouTube to watch if you miss any of them. The first lecture of the Visualization Practice of Compassion and Bodhisattva series provides the correct explanation of the Bodhisattva of Emptiness, oral pith instructions on the Great Perfection, and the fallacies of the Crazy Wisdom. The second lecture teaches the visualization practice of initiating the programming in entering into the Dharma realm to attain Buddhahood. The third lecture provides the oral pith instructions in attaining the Dharmakaya Buddha of the teachings on the key of life and death. The fourth lecture is about the teachings on the key of life and death too, the oral pith instructions in attaining the Sambhogakaya Buddha, and the oral pith instructions and detailed explanation of the visualization practice on Heart Sutra. The fifth lecture is about the teachings on the key of life and death 3, the oral pith instructions in attaining the Nirmanakaya Buddha, as well as a comparison on the oral pith instructions of the visualization practices between the Great Perfection and the Heart Sutra. The sixth lecture is about the comparisons among the oral pith instructions of the visualization practices in the daily life by the Heart Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, and the Great Perfection. The 7th lecture explains the oral pith instructions of the visualization practice on the nature of the 5 aggregates as emptiness in the Heart Sutra. The 8th lecture teaches the oral pith instructions of the visualization practice for the emptiness, neither existence nor voidness of the Great Perfection in the daily life. The 9th lecture explains how to use emptiness to visualize compassion in order to detach from emotional sufferings. The 10th lecture's title is What is the difference between the Dharma practice of abiding in notions and that of non-abiding in notions in the Diamond Sutra. The 11th lecture explains why does one thought of pure belief in the Diamond Sutra bring immeasurable virtuous merits. It has another title, The Method of Accumulating Immeasurable Virtuous Merits is in the Diamond Sutra. Both titles are the same 11th lecture. The 12th lecture is entitled Buddhas are omnipresent, but why do they still need us to recite their holy names before coming to our rescue? It is about the conditions required for different Dharma practice methods and their respective results. The 13th lecture is entitled What is the method with a high success rate to be reborn in the Buddha's Pure Land? Today's lecture explains the key to being reborn in Buddha's Pure Lands. That is, how can one truly increase the success rates of being reborn in Buddha's Pure Lands? We will also provide the Diamond Sutra's teachings on avoiding being possessed. In fact, to avoid being possessed, should one read the Shurangama Sutra or the Diamond Sutra? One should read the Diamond Sutra, which really teaches you the methods to avoid being possessed. Why is it that the Diamond Sutra can teach you how to avoid being possessed, while the Shurangama Sutra, on the contrary, will make you more likely to be possessed if you follow it in your Dharma practice? These will be covered in today's lecture. Let me first recap what we have taught so far. If we do not have compassion, it will be very hard for us to be reborn in Buddha's Pure Lands. That is, we must train ourselves to cultivate compassion while we are still alive. What is compassion? Compassion is divided into mercy and pity. Mercy is to give others happiness. Pity is to remove others' sufferings. We remove others' sufferings when we see them in pain. Without bodhicitta, we cannot attain Buddhahood. So, you must not confuse compassion with bodhicitta. They are two different things. Compassion is a state of mind that we are born with to remove sufferings and give happiness. Bodhicitta is a kind of intrinsic awareness, that is, we will have a capacity for enlightenment, and that capacity is beyond the so-called worldly wisdom. We will be able to realize many truths and situations clearly to enable us even to transcend all sufferings. This kind of enlightened mind, if we cultivate it well, we can even attain Buddhahood to be liberated from the constraint of samsara forever. Because after we die, we will have to take rebirths. This is the case with every sentient being. After death, we will reincarnate. After reincarnation, we will be born. After birth, we will die and then take rebirths again. It is very painful. This is called samsara, or the cycle of karmic existence. Even if we can take rebirth as a human being, which is an extremely difficult thing, still we are finally able to make it due to many lifetimes of virtuous merits we have accumulated. However, there are only a few decades of life, and it is full of sufferings that bother us, such as birth, aging, illness, and death. Our emotions are often troubled. Even if we are successful in our careers, there is another kind of suffering that entangles us. The infinite amount of suffering is the pain of the ocean of sufferings in this cycle of karmic existence, but it is already one of the happiest. Being human is the happiest pain. That is, when you are truly facing 99% of the pain, you will find that you cannot handle them at all. It turns out that you are only experiencing 1% of it by taking rebirth as a human being, and you already feel that you are suffering great pain. But to call this 1% of the pain may be an overstatement, for it might actually only represent 0.0000001% of the pain. Yet you are already crying for help in this kind of life, saying that it is very painful since you have to study, take exams, and bear so much pressure. But the fact is, if you do not cherish these decades of your lifetime and practice the holy Dharma to increase your ability to deal with the reincarnation after death, I can tell you, you will suffer a lot more than you can now imagine, perhaps tens of millions of times more. Therefore, the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni said, "You all are like a group of children sitting in the middle of the sea of flames, still playing with fire, not knowing when these fires will come to your side and when you will have to face this pain. And this pain is that decades later, when you die, you will officially face the pain of being burned by the fire." So, in the eyes of the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni, all of you are like a child sitting in the sea of flames, not making any efforts to come out and save yourselves. How am I supposed to get out? I can't see the fire. I can only see it when I'm about to die. I'm not dead yet. I can see nothing. But when you are about to be burned by the fire, you already cannot run away. So, even before we see those fires coming, we must believe in what Lord Buddha Shakyamuni told us, that it is a terrifying phenomenon after death. Now is the time, when you are still alive, you must practice the holy Dharma immediately. How do I practice, then? You ask me to practice compassion. Can cultivating compassion help me? Is it enough for me to do more good deeds? No, the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni said that you must also cultivate bodhicitta. You must have an intrinsic awareness, an ability. It turns out that intrinsic awareness is actually a kind of ability. You must restore this great ability to help yourself truly. Apart from helping yourself, you can also help your loved ones and even more sentient beings. But if you cannot even save yourself, how can you save others? That is, you need to undergo training to be a firefighter, and bring a lot of equipment before you can rush into the sea of flames. Even a firefighter has to do so, let alone you as an ordinary human being. You must restore your great ability before you can save others, right? That is, you must undergo training. What kind of training? It turns out that if you wish to restore this ability, you must cultivate bodhicitta, that is, your intrinsic awareness. It's too elusive. What is intrinsic awareness? As such, intrinsic awareness is divided into two types. One is called relative bodhicitta, which is something you can have a worldly understanding of. Another one is called absolute bodhicitta, which is the practice of the most perfect and complete intrinsic awareness, or bodhicitta. As for relative bodhicitta, you have to practice aspirational bodhicitta. You make a wish to save all sentient beings. This is the third step. Then you have to practice action bodhicitta. That is, you must receive the bodhisattva precepts. If you watch the lecture video entitled The Essence of Bodhisattva Precepts on our YouTube TV channel, you will know what bodhisattva precepts are. After receiving the precepts, you will add a kind of wisdom to all your actions. After that wisdom is added, what you do can help both yourself and others. We call these win-win methods. All these problem-solving methods must be able to exercise wisdom to benefit both yourself and others, which is a win-win situation. That is, you must achieve a win-win situation before you can conform to action bodhicitta. It means you have a kind of intrinsic awareness in your behavior. Wow, your intrinsic awareness is fabulous. Your wisdom has arisen, given that you can come up with these methods to help both yourself and others without hurting anyone. It turns out that one has to be so strict when dealing with problems. So, you need to undergo training to greatly increase your ability to deal with anything in the future. Hence, it turns out that the practice of Buddhist holy Dharma should occupy a significant proportion of daily life. It is about what wisdom you use to solve all the daily life problems you face, or any difficulties you encounter in your life to achieve a win-win situation. Only then can it be called correct. But you may ask, is it okay if I only carry out the first, second, third, and the fourth steps? If you only practice the first to fourth steps, then you will need 2 to 3 great asamkhya kalpa to succeed in your Dharma practice. What is a kalpa? Kalpa means a very long period, which has been explained before. You can re-watch our past lecture videos for the explanation. That is, you will not even know how many billions of reincarnations you have to go through before a kalpa is over. It is such a long time. Whoa! You need to spend 2 to 3 great asamkhya kalpa, that is, you do not know you will have to go through how many billions of reincarnations multiplied by countless times before successfully practicing steps 1 to 4. Still, you will not restore your great ability yet. You will still be constrained by the cycle of karmic existence, and you will be pulled to continue taking rebirths. That's so hard. Do I have to take rebirths so many times even after practicing steps 1 to 4? Yes. How can you make it quicker? You must also practice the 5th step. In other words, you must cultivate intrinsic awareness, the most perfect and complete absolute bodhisattva. If you can cover step 1 to step 5 all at once in your Dharma practice, you will be quicker. You may already be able to recover your intrinsic awareness within this very life. That is, you can restore your great ability to save yourself, and of course, to save others as well after that. However, you are unable to do so as long as you have not restored this great ability. So, is there a Dharma practice method that can cover step 1 to step 5 all at once? It will not be like many people nowadays, who only practice the 2nd step after they are done with the 1st step, then proceed to the 3rd step after finishing the 2nd step, and so forth. They have to go through countless reincarnations to accumulate sufficient merits, and yet they still cannot be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence for a very long time. If I fell to hell because I was careless in one of my lifetimes, or did some bad things in previous lifetimes, it would be very difficult for me to get out. Does that mean I can no longer continue my Dharma practice even before finishing the 1st and 2nd steps? The answer is yes. In fact, many sentient beings are like this. It is such a shame. It is not that they do not want to practice the holy Dharma. But before they can succeed in their Dharma practices, they already fall into the lower realms, and they are unable to get themselves out. Many are really miserable. Therefore, the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni urged you all to include step 5, that is, the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra methods, in your Dharma practices. If you do not practice the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra methods, and you only practice step 1 to step 4, you will definitely not have enough time, and you will definitely fall into reincarnation. He referred to this as reincarnations in vain, that is, suffering from this kind of pain for nothing. In the previous 13 lectures, we have already explained why we have to face an ever-changing, unpredictable, difficult to control, and miserable situation after we die. It is called bardo, which is a transitional period. Our entire life journey can be divided into 6 transitional periods, 3 of which describe the environment we will face after death. These are very important. It turns out that one has to face all the ever-changing and unpredictable conditions after death, which can be divided into 3 periods. If you know some of the knacks in each period, you can help yourself. These are explained in the first 5 lectures of our Compassion series, which are very important. This is a changing situation that everyone must be well aware of, otherwise, you will be overwhelmed in the future. It turns out that my mental consciousness, the so-called soul, still exists after I die, and I'm not yet dead even when my physical body is dead. But when I try to communicate with my family, they can't hear me. I want to call for help, but don't know who to ask. How do we save ourselves? Should we rely on ourselves or others? I can tell you that even Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara said to herself, "If I want to save myself, it is better to rely on myself. It is too risky to rely on others." You will not know to what extent the rescue force will be, and it is also uncertain when the rescue will arrive. So, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara also said, "It is better to turn to yourself than to turn to others." In other words, you must learn how to practice the holy Dharma yourself. So, you must know the three changing situations after death. How exactly do they change? What will appear? What must I pay attention to? You must know these knacks. Only then can you prescribe the right medicine for the right disease to save yourself. So, remember to watch the first 5 lecture videos about what will happen after death. Okay, what are we talking about now? We are talking about bardo of this life, the period from birth to death where there is still life, the state when we think we are still alive. It is also considered a transitional period. We are talking about this transitional period. How should we practice the holy Dharma in this transitional period? We have taught you one method. We can divide the 24 hours of a day into 3 periods to practice the holy Dharma. Then we can practice the 5 steps all at once. This method is that when we just wake up from sleep, emerge from a meditative state, or when certain scenes appear during a session of meditative concentration. When these scenes are in transition, that is, changing from one state to another. For example, when we are still dazed with sleep and not yet clear-headed, we are suddenly going into a state of being awake upon waking up from sleep. In other words, we are changing from one state to another. During this transitional period, it turns out that some phenomena will appear in an instant. If you can grasp the phenomenon when the Dharma nature appears and initiate the Dharma practice programming or method we have taught you, you can easily master it. Oh, it turns out that this is how it is like when I restore my great power of intrinsic awareness, or the ability to attain Buddhahood in the future. You will then understand it better and be able to embark on its practice. I have taught this method in the first 5 lectures. You can re-watch them for yourselves. Starting from the 6th episode, we have been talking about how we should undergo training in daily life, or when we are in a dream. We call such training the training in the 3 realms. If you still do not know what the 3 realms and Dharma realm are, you must re-watch our first to 13 lecture videos to learn about them. Or, if your family members know Buddhist holy Dharma, you can ask them what it means by the 3 realms and Dharma realm. Then, you will understand what I say today. We have been teaching how to undergo training since the 6th episode. What exactly is our training for? It is to restore our intrinsic awareness, which is also known as intrinsic nature, Buddha nature, or Dharma nature. Whichever name you hear, it is all about the ability of enlightenment. Suppose you can restore this ability of enlightenment to its 100%. As for our current ability, I can tell you that most people's ability of enlightenment is less than 1%. It is less than 1%. You have to restore it through holy Dharma practice. Some only managed to restore a few % of their intrinsic awareness despite sitting for meditation, in remote mountains, until both their legs went limp. So, what methods should we use? Will it be okay to practice holy Dharma in remote mountains? Not necessarily. There are many other methods, in fact, to restore your ability. You do not necessarily have to withdraw from society, in remote mountains, and abandon your family. There is no need to use this method. In fact, if we can allocate our daily life well, there are many methods we can use to restore our ability of enlightenment. If such an ability can be restored to 100%, it is called perfect enlightenment, an ability of enlightenment with absolutely no deviations. What does that mean exactly? It means that you have restored your bodhicitta. What is bodhicitta? As said earlier, it is your ability of enlightenment. What does it mean if you have restored 100% of it? It means that you have the ability to be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. That is, you can get rid of all the attractions that pull you into reincarnation. You no longer need to keep taking rebirths. Then, if you have higher ability, you can even attain Buddhahood. The meaning of attaining Buddhahood is to restore 100% of the ability of enlightenment, the perfect enlightenment. This is 100% of the ability of enlightenment, without absolutely any deviation. Then, you can attain Buddhahood. Below that, if you only have 50% of the ability of enlightenment, you can still get rid of the tractions, the kind of forces that drag you into reincarnation, or taking rebirth. You already have the ability to break off from it. That is, what should we place our focus on? It should be on the training of our bodhicitta, the ability of enlightenment. What should we use to train it? We should use compassion to train it, given compassion is one of the characteristics of the ability of enlightenment. Even if you cannot grasp what the ability of enlightenment is, you can definitely grasp compassion. How can you not know compassion? Be nice to people. You should know that. Compassion lays the foundation. It is one of the elements of our ability of enlightenment. We rely on this element of compassion to practice the holy Dharma, to restore this ability of enlightenment gradually. That is why we are teaching this series. Speaking of the moment when we wake up from sleep, emerge from a meditative state, or during a session of meditative concentration, how do we grasp it when changing from one state to another? And what should we use to explain it to make it easier to be understood? We use the Heart Sutra to explain it. If we want to cultivate this ability of enlightenment successfully in daily life, which Buddhist scriptures should we use to explain it? We use the Diamond Sutra and the Great Perfection. As for the explanation of Diamond Sutra, where did we get to last time? How did the Diamond Sutra come about? The Diamond Sutra came from an elder named Subhuti, who asked the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni, "If I make a wish, following the Buddha's instructions, I'm willing to vow to restore my ability of enlightenment. I want to restore my perfect enlightenment, the ability without any deviation. Suppose I make such a wish, which has a name called Anuttara Sambodhi. If you translate it, it means the absolute bodhicitta. If you still do not get it, you can understand it as our ability of enlightenment that has been restored to its 100%. It is called perfect enlightenment, or Anuttara Sambodhi, which has been explained before. Elder Subhuti asked Lord Buddha Shakyamuni, "If I make this wish, how should my mind be abided by? How should my thoughts be subdued? That is, where should my mind stay? Where should I focus on? I've got lots of distracting thoughts. I keep thinking about this and that. I will think of many bad things again and again. I won't even think of some pure thoughts, such as Buddha's. How do I subdue these wicked thoughts or nature of the mind? Where should my mind stay? If I come up with evil thoughts, how should I subdue them?" He asked this question. To put it simply, the question is, how should we train our minds in our daily lives in order to restore our bodhicitta, or attain Buddhahood? This is how the question is interpreted. The Lord Buddha Shakyamuni offered an oral pith instruction, which is very easy to remember. You must remember it well, because it is a pith instruction. The oral pith instruction is, should not abide anywhere, and do not abide in notions. You should not be attached to anything. You should not stay there and refuse to let go. This is called, should not abide anywhere. Do not abide in notions means that you should not be attached to a notion, form, appearance, or a thought continuously, clinging to it and not letting it go. This is called, do not abide in notions. It means that we must realize and know that everything we see, including everything that operates in our daily life, everything we see, whether good or bad, success or failure, everything is actually a deluded thought. A deluded thought means something that is constructed in a virtual world. You may say, it feels very real. In fact, I'm really painful. I need to see a doctor right away, because I'm in excruciating pain. Why do you say it's virtual reality? It really hurts. How can you say it's virtual? It is because we are attached to this world. We care about this world too much, so we can truly feel the way it hurts. But if you train yourself this way to be liberated from this kind of virtual reality, that is, if we can restore our ability of enlightenment and no longer be obsessed with this state, we will gradually realize that it is merely a temporary display of the Dharma nature. I have explained this in many of the previous sessions. Considering that some of you may come to my lecture for the first or the second time, I will give more details. Because the foundation of their Buddhist holy Dharma may not be very good, so I want to make it clearer. It is best if you can watch the previous 13 lecture videos to gain a clearer understanding. This means that once you have restored your ability of enlightenment, and when you start to stop clinging to these notions, forms, or appearances, you will gradually be able to separate yourself from the virtual reality. You will then not be constrained by these shackles of virtual reality. That is, we must restore our ability of enlightenment from some unreal phenomena. That is what it means. This is the oral pith instruction. In the future, I will slowly teach you how to apply this oral pith instruction in daily life. It is yet to be taught. I am only explaining it superficially now, so many of you still do not understand. I will explain it again slowly. This oral pith instruction is very important. It is also our oral pith instruction to practice emptiness, neither existence nor voidness. Emptiness, neither existence nor voidness means that these virtual reality things do not exist. Neither existence means they are not real existence, but a virtual construction, a phenomenon resulting from the mutual interactions of the mental strength of many sentient beings. What is nor voidness? Nor voidness means that you see it as if it were real. But what does nor voidness mean exactly? In fact, you have a realizing and knowing ability. If your intrinsic awareness can be restored, and you know that these are not real existence, you will be able to get rid of these constraints, and you will not have to continue reincarnation and taking rebirths. So, nor voidness refers to the realizing and knowing ability. Your realizing and knowing ability is not completely absent. It does exist, and it is not empty. But as for other phenomena you see, those are not real existence. So, you have to figure out neither existence and nor voidness before you can restore this ability of enlightenment. But this one, after all, is a very difficult oral pith instruction, or Dharma practice method to comprehend for many Dharma practitioners. That is why for thousands of years, more than 2,000 years, sentient beings have failed to understand the Heart Sutra and the Diamond Sutra, because they have been unable to understand the state of neither existence nor voidness. As a result, they can never understand these sutras. In the days to come, I will slowly teach you how to apply this oral pith instruction in daily life to practice emptiness. We will talk about this later. Where were we in the previous session? We were talking about the Diamond Sutra, which says that if you come across any sentence in this sutra and give rise to one thought of pure belief, as long as you have a single thought of very pure belief arise, you can already make all Buddhas see your existence, and they will all come to help you. In that case, you will plant immeasurable virtuous merits, which are of tremendous importance. Some people misunderstood this sentence. Does it mean that I can just read any sentence from the Diamond Sutra, and then I can already plant immeasurable virtuous merits as long as I understand and believe in the sentence? And then I no longer need to worry about what I should do when having to keep taking rebirths in the future. Is it so? No. The latter sentence is true. It states, if you say that you have given rise to one thought of pure belief towards a particular sentence, you must have entered into the emptiness, the state of neither existence nor voidness that I have mentioned just now. This state is called the state of oneness, which I explained before. Just by restoring it only for a moment, maybe not even a second, to enter the state of emptiness and restore the perfect enlightenment for less than a second, you can already be interconnected with Buddhas to generate immeasurable virtuous merits. You may say, is it so difficult? To have a thought of pure belief arise, isn't it enough if I just believe in it? Isn't it okay to just truly believe it? It turns out that one has to accomplish emptiness, too. One has to be able to enter the emptiness at least for a moment in order to generate countless virtuous merits. Is there any evidence to prove what you say now is right? The evidence is in the latter sentence. The latter sentence says, why is this so? The Lord Buddha elaborated, these sentient beings no longer abide in the notions of a self, of others, of sentient beings, or of longevity. They neither abide in the notion of Dharma, nor abide in the notion of non-Dharma. Whoa, these Buddhist sutras are too profound to understand. As a matter of fact, I have already explained this in the previous 11th and 12th lectures. You can re-watch the lecture videos to understand. It is this sentence that describes once you enter the state of emptiness, neither existence nor voidness, these phenomena will appear. That is, there are no notions of a self, others, sentient beings, or longevity. There is neither notion of Dharma nor notion of non-Dharma. This state is called emptiness, neither existence nor voidness. This is the evidence. In other words, just reading and memorizing the Diamond Sutra alone, even being able to recite it in reverse order, cannot be called one thought of pure belief. You must be able to enter the state of emptiness for at least a moment, or one thought. You have to have at least one thought that enters that state to generate immeasurable virtuous merits. So, how do we give rise to one thought that can enter that state? That's not too bad. It'll make a big difference, for we won't have to be so miserable once we've used up all our virtuous merits. True, and that is why we must explain the Diamond Sutra in detail. I have taught the Diamond Sutra for many lectures, but have only covered 1/3 of it so far. Why? Because I must make you understand every sentence of the Diamond Sutra, and how to apply it in order to generate immeasurable virtuous merits. In order to enable you to generate immeasurable virtuous merits, I must explain it to you in as much detail as possible, and as slowly and clearly as possible. Therefore, I will teach you in the future how to apply it in your daily life. So, the requirement of one thought of pure belief is as stated in the latter sentence. You have to be able to do it. Well, I have also explained one thing in the past few sessions. Why is it so difficult for us to be reborn in a Buddha's pure land after death? Why is it so difficult for us to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha, to make contact with him to come to save us? Why do we need to be without any disturbance of thoughts and inversion of the mind for 1 to 7 days? That is, we have to concentrate on the Buddha wholeheartedly. In the meantime, we have to recite the Buddha's holy name for 1 to 7 days. Only then can we make contact, only making contact, with the Buddha, so that he will know we are already dead and are calling for help, and he will come to our rescue. Why is it so difficult? Because you are in the human realm. Do you know where the Buddhas are? The Buddhas reside in the form realm within the 3 realms, where the material structure is very sparse. It is not as heavy as our material structure, made up of flesh or physical body. Their bodies are all made of light. What are the heavens called? They are called the heavens of the form realm, where all material substances are very sparse. The physical structure of their bodies is sparse and made of light. There are 18 levels. There are 18 heavenly realms in total. The highest one is called the Akanistha, end of form heaven, where the material structure is almost none, and the lights there are very strong. How do we distinguish the 18 levels of heavenly realms? Which one is lower, and which one is higher? It is judged by their luminosity, and the density of their material structure. The highest level is called the Akanistha. The highest 5 levels are called the 5 heavens of non-returning, the heavenly realms that make you free from taking rebirths. That is, if you can make it to the highest 5 heavenly realms, you will no longer be pulled by the attractions to take rebirths. You will no longer need to take rebirths, and so you will get rid of this kind of suffering. This is being liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. But they are very far away. If you wish to go to these 5 heavenly realms from the human realm, you have to sit for meditation. You will not know how long it will take for you to sit for meditation in remote mountains to enter these heavenly realms. Apart from sitting for meditation, are there any other methods? Of course, there are. In fact, using meditational power to enter is not the only way. Some of the practitioners of other religions, who do not believe in Buddhism, also sit for meditation. Some followers of Taoism, or even Catholicism, went into retreats to sit for meditation. Since so many practitioners of other religions also sit for meditation, it is not necessarily that only Buddhists can be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence, is it? It turned out not to be the case. It takes more than meditational power, which can only enable you to reach high-level heavenly realms at most. It causes your physical structure to be of low density, so that you can go there. You have very few desires, so your material structure will not be so high. If you have a lot of cravings and desires every day, your material structure will be heavy and of high density. And if your meditational power is also poor, you can only go to low-level heavenly realms, even if you have done a lot of good deeds. That is, the 6 heavens within the desire realm, which are called the heavens of the desire realm. You can go to these 6 heavenly realms at best, but only to the lowest levels among them. There are high and low levels among the 6 heavens, and you can only go to those heavens at the lowest level. So, what are the reasons that the practitioners of other religions can only go to these low-level heavens? Why can they not go to the 5 heavens of non-returning and be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence? Because they lack 2 things. Because if we wish to go to the heavenly realm, even if it is the heavens of the desire realm, such as Bodhisattva Maitreya's two-seater heaven, you must also ask Bodhisattva Maitreya to help you. If you say, well, I'm very fond of Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha, who specifically goes to save the sentient beings in hell. With such great virtuous merits, will he be able to help me? Like most other religions, he can at most only help you go to Trayastrimsa, also called the 33 heavens, one of the low-level heavens of the desire realm. Oh, it's so hard to practice the holy Dharma. What exactly do I lack that prevents me from going to the high-level heavenly realms? It turns out that there are 3 most important elements involved: precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. These 3 are the most important elements that enable us to be rid of the attractions of the cycle of karmic existence. Other religions only have the element of meditational power. They may at most have a little more intelligence or wisdom, but they do not have the real precepts. You may say, that's incorrect. Other religions, such as Catholics, also have precepts like the 10 Commandments. I've heard that other religions also have precepts that need to be observed. Why do you say they have none? There are many kinds of precepts. If you wish to go to the high-level heavenly realms, you have to observe stricter and more kinds of precepts. The precepts of other religions are relatively simple. Some of the other religions do not even have precepts, and they solely depend on their own conscience to decide how they want to do it, what they can do, and what they cannot do. That is, it is out of spontaneity. There are no relatively complete matters to regulate themselves. So, the level of their precepts is low. So it does not matter how well they sit for meditation. Even Zen Master Huang Long mentioned this before. He said, other religions, such as Taoists, can sit for meditation for as long as 80,000 great kalpa. It is already a very long period, as it is unknown how many billions of years have passed. Yet they still wouldn't emerge from the meditative state. Even if you can sit for meditation to this level, you will still lose your mental concentration in the end. Once you have lost your mental concentration, you will fall into lower rebirths, and there is nothing you can do about it. That is, one cannot rely on meditational power alone. What should also one rely on? Precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. These three things need to work together. Why can Buddhists succeed? Because Buddhists need these three things to work together. Of course, there are other important elements, but these three are the basic ones. All other methods must be based on these three elements. If not based on these three, there is no way for you to get rid of the tractions of the cycle of karmic existence. You have to continue reincarnation. There are also the main force and the ancillary conditions. The main force means that you rely mainly on your own to practice the holy Dharma, while the ancillary conditions are that you rely on the Buddha's and Bodhisattvas' help to save you. What is the difference between the main force and ancillary condition? Will I be guaranteed to be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence once I have made contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to come to save me? Of course not. Even if you can recite Namo Buddha Amitabha without any disturbance of thoughts and inversion of the mind, and your concentration can be so high to last for 1 to 7 days to finally make contact with a Buddha or a Bodhisattva to come to save you, they will not rescue you right away upon their arrival. They will not say, "I'll take you to rebirth right now. Now that you've contacted me and I've come, I'll take you to see which heavenly realm is right for you." They need to observe first. They need to check your karma, how many good deeds you have done and how many evil deeds you have committed. We call these accumulated records of one's behavior's karma, which is referred to as the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. They need to check your records, based on your history in your karmic portfolio. It turns out that you've done so many bad things. Have you done any good deeds before? Now that I've come to you, as long as you've done some good deeds, I can arrange for you to go to a certain heavenly realm using your virtuous merits, based on the good deeds you've done. You don't have to fall into hell. I can help you. However, after checking your entire karmic portfolio, they found out that you have no virtuous karma at all. It turned out that you have never done any good deeds, and you are so black-hearted. You tried so hard to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha, only to ask for salvation. I'm sorry, then. I'm afraid I can't help you. Look behind you. There are so many of your karmic creditors, waiting so long until the moment you die to catch you and ask you to pay off your debts to them. If I come to save you right away, just because you have recited Namo Buddha Amitabha a few times, how am I going to explain to your karmic creditors? They will curse Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Wouldn't I bring them into committing evil karma, then? The karmic creditors will say, "Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, this man is so evil. He killed my whole family. He did so many bad things. I lived in this ant colony before, and he soaked our whole ant nest with water, thus drowning my entire colony and clan to death. Now the entire ant colony has gotten rid of their ant bodies and restored what you call the souls, which we call mental consciousness. With that, they will certainly come to pursue their debts. They will say to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, 'He killed my entire clan. The whole ant nest was immersed to death by him that day. He killed our whole colony. How can you save him now just because he has simply recited Namo Buddha Amitabha a few times? Then you'll let us down. You wouldn't save us, because we do not recite your holy name. But you'll save them just because they do. Why is this world so unfair? Are these the law of causes and effects? The law of causes and effects should be that I've got the right to chase the debt if someone has done something bad to me, and they must repay. So, how are you going to ask Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to help you? Do you want them to save you by helping you kill all those who chase you for the debt? Of course not. They will certainly not do so. How can they save you? By reasoning with your karmic creditors. They have to check your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Oh, it turns out that you've done a lot of good things before. You've done so many good deeds. They will then say to your karmic creditors, he's done many good deeds. Now his virtuous karma has come out first. Once he succeeds in his dharma practice in the future, he'll help you and repay the debts he owed you. So I'm going to take him to the heavenly realm now. He has such virtuous merits to go there, so I have the right to take him there. In the future, once he does well in his dharma practice, builds up more good abilities, and has a higher ability of enlightenment, he will be able to come save you. He will return and repay you. Let him go now. I will take him away first. It doesn't mean that he won't pay you back in the future. You can rest assured. Only then can Buddhas and Bodhisattvas take you away smoothly. They do not fight with your karmic creditors to take you away. Instead, they need to reason with them in order to take you away. That is, there are many causes and conditions involved. As stated in the Sutra on the Buddha Amitabha, that I quoted in the previous 2 lectures, you cannot be short of good roots and virtuous merits. On top of that, it also relies on the matching of causes and conditions before Buddhas and Bodhisattvas can take you away. These are exactly the several conditions the sutra mentions that you need to meet. Therefore, you must distinguish between the main cause and ancillary conditions. If you only rely on Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to save you, not making some efforts on the main cause by yourself, you could still fail to be saved, even if you manage to make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to come to save you. There is a chance that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cannot save you. It is not that they are not powerful enough, it is you who are not strong enough. Let us now look at the main cause, which concerns the 3 elements, precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. The ancillary conditions also concern 3 elements. What are they? They all depend on the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. We will explain it in more detail now. Is there a guarantee that you can be saved if you connect or make contact with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or those deities in the heavenly realm, or the gods, or God that all the other religions speak of? There are many of them. Will they definitely be able to save you once they come to you? Firstly, will you definitely be saved if you make contact with them and they come? Secondly, will they be able to take you to the heavenly realm smoothly? I can tell you, just look at someone who is ill now. For example, some people are about to die from cancer. Will their cancer disappear after reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha and the Buddha has come? If it cannot be done in reality, what makes you think it can be done after death, and the Buddha will definitely be able to save you? So, you must understand that certain things are not as simple as you imagine. Not only Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, but the gods of any sects, regardless of how powerful they are or how mighty their supernatural powers are equally no match for the power of those karmic creditors chasing debts, which we call the karmic forces. How can we save ourselves then? We will explain it slowly. Now, the answer to these 2 questions is no. You need to meet one more condition, which is your karmic portfolio, your past track records. How many good deeds exactly you have done in countless past lives? How many evil deeds you have done? We call these karmic forces or karmas. To put it simply, it is a record of behavior. How do we explain karma? Karma is the record of behavior, that is, what you have done. The karmic portfolio is the combination of your behavioral records. What is a portfolio? The combination of good and bad deeds. Does your karmic portfolio allow the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, deities, or gods to do these? Because supernatural powers are no match for karma. All these deities, gods, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Buddhas are the most powerful among them, but they are still no match for karma. Why is that so? They cannot kill all your karmic creditors, just to save you. It is as simple as that. In addition, the karmic portfolio concerns whether we can be saved, be reborn in Buddha's pure lands, and be successful in our current Dharma practice. All of these have karmic portfolio involved as a huge factor. This is a crucial key, and one that is easily overlooked by all Dharma practitioners. Let me explain the karmic portfolio now. A karmic portfolio is the combination of the records of good and bad behaviors, which is known as the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Let us take a look at its arrangement. For example, your virtuous karma has come first, so you are a human being now. Had your virtuous karma not come first, how could you possibly be reborn as a human being? It is impossible. But you also have evil karmas that follow, so you will fall sick and go through birth, aging, illness, and death. Anything can happen to you, such as not doing well in school or in love. In a nutshell, there is always something bad happening somehow. These are called the evil karmas. Everyone's arrangement can be different. Some people go like virtuous, evil, 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 and then virtuous karma. Some people have all virtuous karmas that come first, followed by all evil karmas. Everyone's combination is different. This is called fate. It is our fate. Everyone's fate is different. It turns out that the retributions of these virtuous and evil karmas could overlap. How do they overlap? An example would be that I won a lottery and struck it rich. Hooray! I had a lot of money. Then I squandered all my money on things that I could not do before, such as skiing, because I had no way to fly to Switzerland to ski before this. Unexpectedly, an accident happened while I was skiing. I fell and became paraplegic, or even died. These are what we call extreme joy begets sorrow. It turns out that your virtuous and evil karma appeared together, but there was a slight difference in time. They appeared overlappingly. It was not that virtuous karma appeared first and then followed by evil karma. They overlapped, hence the phenomena. The virtuous and evil karmic portfolio is actually changing every second. Why? Because you are constantly doing something. You may be doing good deeds this second and then evil deeds the next. So, your portfolio is constantly changing, and no one can predict what your fate will be. You may say, I don't believe it. I went to a fortune teller before, who predicted about my affairs by face reading. I found that at least 80% of them are accurate. Why do you say that they're not accurate? I think they're quite accurate. Why is there inaccuracy? Because no one can predict the future. Their so-called abilities to help read your face or predict the future are merely extrapolations, based on your behavioral records from your past countless lives, until this current moment, or this second. They extrapolate what retributions you will get based on that. They can only do this at best. Even the most capable Buddha can only use such a method to extrapolate. It also depends on the levels of each individual. Only a Buddha can see the records of your many past lives to make extrapolations. Those fortune tellers may only be able to see what you have done over the last few years. Some may not even be able to do so, but only rely on statistics. They make guesses based on the statistics of the fortune-telling books they have read. Some simply talk nonsense to deceive you and swindle your money. That is, some are fake ones. Some really good ones make extrapolations based on statistics. Some rely on their Dharma practice ability. With a high ability of enlightenment, some can see things happening in one's past lives and the future. Some can only see what has happened in the past few decades at best. Only Buddhas can see what you have done in endless lifetimes and reincarnations. Only Buddhas can see your countless lifetimes. That is, suppose we know how to practice the holy Dharma, and we also know some methods to rearrange this portfolio. If we manage to do this, does it mean that we can change our fate? The answer is yes. It is possible only if you practice the holy Dharma, and know how to rearrange this combination of your virtuous and evil karmas, to bring forward some of them and postpone some others. You can, for example, rearrange all the virtuous karmas so they can come first. Let me buy some time to practice the holy Dharma. The better I do, the more virtuous karmas I can accumulate. As for those evil karmas, I could even erase and eliminate them through my Dharma practice. Then most of the karmas in my portfolio will be the virtuous ones rather than the evil ones, and I'll be very good. I'll have an opportunity to be reborn in the Buddha's pure land. That is correct. This is what you really need to do. It is true. But how do we go about it? How can we rearrange them? How should we practice the holy Dharma? The arrangement of this virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, in fact, will rearrange itself at any time. It is just that it is not arranged the way you want. But through your Dharma practice, and if you know the method, you can rearrange it in any way you want. But how can we do that? Can it be rearranged 100%? Not really. You can do this for part of it, depending on how much effort you put into it. What method can you use? We will explain it now. How can we change our fate? You can change your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio in two situations. The first situation is planting a huge cause and reaping a quick fruit. If the cause you plant is tremendous, your retribution will also be quick. This kind of cause, of course, can be virtuous or evil. Suppose you plant some very evil causes, like the 9/11 attacks in the United States, where the whole building was blown up and many people died. In that case, you will get your retribution immediately for the tremendous evil karma you have committed. They would definitely hunt down the mastermind immediately and destroy him. The retribution would be quick. You may ask, it turns out that one has to plant a huge cause in order to get quick retribution. In fact, what is the arrangement like? This will be explained shortly. A huge cause refers to one that is very big and significant. If it is a virtuous one, you will get quick retribution as long as the virtuous cause you plant is enormous. But if the virtuous cause you plant is small, the retribution will come much later. Because when we were born, our virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, that is, our fate, already has a certain arrangement. It will not rearrange unless you have a huge cause leading to quick retribution. Or, if you know nothing about Dharma practice as an ordinary person, you have to rely on these methods, namely, huge causes. After you plant these huge causes, you will reap quick fruits, which means that the retributions will appear very soon. It is because the causes are too huge, thus generating tremendous positive energy or negative energy. As a result, rearrangement will occur. If their power is huge enough to instantly change the original arrangement of your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, there will be rearrangement. How will these newly added huge virtuous causes or huge evil causes be arranged? They will be arranged to appear at a relatively recent time. It means you may already get your retributions in this very life rather than after death. According to the karmic portfolio, the retributions you get in this life are the results of your behaviors in your countless past lives appearing in the present life following their order. In other words, there is a formula by which their arrangement follows. That is, the retributions resulting from what you did a long time ago will queue up to slowly appear one by one and come to you. And the retributions resulting from what you are doing now will queue up to slowly appear in the future. That is how it is supposed to work, except for one situation, a huge cause that generates tremendous energy. What would happen then? It would appear first instead of those from your previous lives. It could be that what you have done in your present life appears first in this very life. That is the reason. As for the retributions resulting from your behaviors in this very life, they are supposed to be arranged in such a way that they will only appear much later, or some of them are arranged to come first in this life, while the others appear in future lives. It should be like this. What does it follow? The changes of causes and conditions. For any cause you have planted, is there a condition that can work with it to produce the effect? Take the 9/11 attacks on the Twin Towers, for example. The US government must have such an army, with sources or whistleblowers, capable of finding the whereabouts of the mastermind in order to take him down. That is, there must be a condition. If the US government had no money, army, or power, no revenge could be taken against their enemies. There would be a long wait for the retributions, as they would be arranged to appear much later. Therefore, there is a trigger point for the arising of causes and conditions. That is, suppose I have planted a huge cause. That man planted a huge evil cause. When would he get his retribution? He had already killed so many people. When would he get his retribution? It also had to depend on whether the country had the ability to avenge it, which is the condition. Was there a condition to find him and capture him? It all depended on these. We, therefore, have no way to predict it, no matter how powerful a fortune teller is, how advanced statistics are, or how great your Dharma practice is. In fact, even the Buddha cannot predict what would happen to you and what you will do in the future. But we can make a guess. By guessing. How do we make a guess? You often think of bad things in your behavioral formula and programming and always do evil deeds. Needless to say, you will definitely be really miserable in the future. That is how we can guess it. If you are practicing the holy Dharma and constantly changing the bad for the good, then no one can predict it, because they do not know how well you will improve. If you improve well, you will have a better future. It is really impossible to predict it. Therefore, the reason why we usually cannot predict it is that every sentient being does things at will, based on their own minds and thoughts. You cannot predict whether they will change or not. Chances are, if they practice the holy Dharma, they will change to a great extent. Since we do not know when we will get our retributions, whether it is in this very life, or whether it is at this life's beginning when we are born, or in the middle, or towards the end of our lifetime at death, we cannot predict all of these. So, some people questioned, you Buddhists often talk about causes and effects and retributions. Are these for real? There is a saying that goes, those who commit murders and arsons wear golden belts, while those who repair bridges and mend roads die without their bodies ever being found. Some people kill and set fire, but they get very rich. Look at them, they wear expensive jewelry, become celebrities and make a fortune. But those poor people who built bridges and roads died on the roadside without anyone caring. Is this even acceptable? They did so many good things, yet they did not get any virtuous retributions. Do you call these causes and effects? So, how does Buddhism explain these things exactly? The Buddhist explanation is known as double rounds of causes and effects in the 3 times. There is a Buddhist saying that goes, if you want to know what the causes are in your past life, look into what you get in this life. If you wish to know what you did in the previous life, the retributions you get in this life have already told you that. The fact is that your virtuous retributions in this life are the results of the things you did in your previous life. It is like you are a human now. Why can you take rebirth as a human being and sit over here? Why do you have the opportunity to listen to Buddhist holy Dharma? Needless to say, you must have done some good things in your previous life. That is why you can take rebirth as a human being and listen to Buddhist holy Dharma. If you want to know what the effects are in your next life, if you wish to know the consequences in your future life, look into what you do in this life. What you do in this life, you will know in the next life. You will get your retributions in the future life. You will see the effects in your future life. In other words, it goes without saying that your future life will be good if you have practiced the holy Dharma in the present life. Why? Because you keep changing your behavioral formula and programming. Whatever you do tends to be good rather than bad. Needless to say, your virtuous karmas will be more than the evil karmas. You will be good in the future. But suppose you do not practice the holy Dharma, and do not know how to alter your karmic portfolio. Based on your current behavioral formula, and programming and your past behavioral records, I can already guess what your future holds. So, this statement actually describes how we predict when the retributions will appear once the cause has been planted. I will show you another diagram, so that you can understand it better. That is, what does it involve? The 3 times. It involves the past, the present, and the future. We call them the 3 times. The causes you planted in the past will result in retributions for the present time. Can you see that there is a link between them? The retributions or effects I get at present are the results of the causes I planted before, that is, the causes planted in the past life. The causes I am planting at present will result in retributions that only appear in my future life. Can you see that there are 2 sets of combinations here? They are called the double rounds of causes and effects. 3 times mean there are 3 time periods within which 2 sets of combinations of causes and effects appear. For this reason, when some people see what happens in the present life, they only see this guy killing people and setting fires in his present life. They do not see why he can live such a good life despite having committed murders and arsons. They just cannot understand it. Then they would say, Buddhism speaks of causes and effects. Where are the causes and effects? Bad people get better by doing more bad things. Good people get worse by doing more good things. This is all I can see. They would say something like this. This is because they do not understand the formula of the arising of causes and effects and the timing of retributions. The double rounds of causes and effects in the 3 times are a formula, and that is how they are arranged. But, as I said earlier, they can be altered by planting a huge cause and reaping a quick fruit. This formula can be changed, as explained before. A huge cause can result in immediate retributions in the present life. The second method is by practicing the holy Dharma. You change it through your Dharma practice, which involves the main cause and ancillary conditions. How do we explain this? The main cause is that you rely on your own efforts to practice the holy Dharma, while ancillary conditions are that you depend on some aids, but these aids are often not enough. What do you rely on? You need to pray to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. But can you make contact with them? Can Buddhas and Bodhisattvas hear you calling for help? They cannot. The Buddhist sutras state that you must maintain your concentration, without any disturbance of thoughts for 1 to 7 days to make contact with them to come to save you. When they come to save you, they also have to look through your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, to see whether you have any virtuous karma. If not, they would have no reason to argue with your karmic creditors, and they would have to give up saving you. They can do nothing but let your karmic creditors catch you. In other words, relying on ancillary conditions is not the most thorough way. You must add some main causes. How? You must repent. You have to repent to your karmic creditors and ask for their forgiveness. Asking them to forgive you is to ask them to wipe their hatred off their minds. You repent and vow to yourself, I'll never do these bad things again. What will happen then? You will change your own behavioral formula and programming, so you will not make the same mistakes again in the future. After that, there will be no more inertial action of the same kinds of behaviors in your mental consciousness, which can then be freed from these bondages. So, repentance is to free yourself from the bondages by changing all your behavioral formulas and programming to good ones. And the other party, the one who hates your guts, will see that you have already confessed and repented to them, or even paid off the debts you owed them. We must repay the debts, not just apologize without paying the debts. If you borrow $100,000 from someone else, you have to pay them back $100,000. You cannot say, "Sorry, I borrowed $100,000 from you, but now I have no money to pay you back. So I don't have to pay my debts." This is not the case. Repentance must include debt repayment, so the other parties will stop chasing debts from you. So, you have to remove that kind of resentment your karmic creditors harbor against you. You have to accumulate virtuous merits. You need to have virtuous merits. If your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio has no virtuous merits in it, with no virtuous karma at all, but only evil karma in it, how are Buddhas and Bodhisattvas going to save you? What reason can they use to take you away? What data and rationale are they going to use to take you to live in the heavenly realm instead of going to the hell realm? You must have these so they can help you. I have said this many times. What is the law that operates in the three realms? The law of causes and effects. Even Buddhas have to follow the law of causes and effects, not to mention you all. The whole family of Lord Buddha Shakyamuni was chased for debts by others, and the entire country was destroyed. He tried to save them 4 times by persuading his whole family and the people of the whole country to repent, but they refused. As a result, the entire family and the entire country were destroyed. The troops spared no one. If not even the Buddha could change it, why do you think you can? Why do you think you can change it by making contact with the Buddha to come to you? It is necessary to rely on the main cause. Even the Buddha could not save his own family and his own country. Did he ever attempt to save them? He sure did so. He sat at the crossing 4 times, blocking the army's advance. The army stopped advancing, because the army's king showed respect to him. He kept trying to talk his family into doing repentance during the temporary respite, but no one listened to him. In the end, the Buddha knew that if he tried to stop the army again, there was no way he could stop it at all. The king already said to the Buddha, "No matter how hard you try to stop me, there is no way you can stop my determination to take revenge. I must take revenge. You'd better not stop me again. Otherwise, it will only increase my hatred and make me want to kill them even more, and no one will be spared." In the end, the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni knew that it was impossible to stop it, so he stopped blocking the army. As a result, some might think that Lord Buddha Shakyamuni was cruel for not saving those people with his supernatural powers. He could have conjured up another troop to kill the king's army to save his own country and people. As I said earlier, the Buddha would not commit murders just so that he could save his own family. That was impossible, of course. He could not conjure up an army to kill people. How about conjuring up a flying saucer to save his family? He could just put them all in the saucer off to the sky. Maudgalyana, one of the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni's disciples, was known for being the first in supernatural powers. He conjured up a flying saucer by enlarging his alms bowl with his supernatural power, and put 500 elites of Lord Buddha Shakyamuni's country in it. The saucer could not accommodate many people, only 500 elites. There were about several hundred people. Only several hundred people of the whole country could be saved. He put several hundred elites in the saucer, and then used his supernatural powers to fly the alms bowl, or the begging bowl, into the sky like a flying saucer. He then proudly said to the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni, "You said no one could be saved. But I've saved them with my supernatural powers. You're a Buddha with supernatural powers greater than me. Why didn't you save your own family? But I've saved them on your behalf. Because I often followed you to your country, and they offered me lots of food and alms. I've become good friends with them. I'm on good terms with them. I can't just watch them being killed without doing anything. I've had the food they offered, too. I felt obliged to save them, so I saved them." The Lord Buddha Shakyamuni said to him, "You lower that bowl, that is, the flying saucer, back down and have a look." So, Mordgalayana used his supernatural power to lower the flying saucer from the air to the ground, only to find no one inside. Hundreds of elites had all turned into bloody water, they all died. The Lord Buddha Shakyamuni then said, "Supernatural powers are no match for karma. Even I myself couldn't save my own family." This is because the three realms operate the law of causes and effects. You should not believe that supernatural powers can solve problems. What you have to do is to get to the root of the problem. That is, you must repent in order to eliminate the hatred of your karmic creditors. Then you must accumulate virtuous merits, and have such merits. So, do you really think the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni would not want to save his family? He would certainly want to save them, but it also would require his family to have virtuous karma in their virtuous and evil karmic portfolios. Therefore, the sutra does not state whether the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni went to the spiritual realm after that to save his compatriots, and took them all to the heavenly realm. No, there was no such thing. Why? Not everyone had virtuous karma in their virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Those who had virtuous karma could be taken to the heavenly realm, those who did not have virtuous karma could not. So, the Lord Buddha did not say in the sutra, "I've saved all of them by taking them to the heavenly realm. I've taken all of them to the heavenly realm right after their death." No, he did not say so. Why? Because it is not the truth, he could not say so. What is the truth? You must dispel the karmic forces of your karmic creditors. You must resolve the difficulties you face due to the lack of virtuous merits. Also, you must correct your nature of the mind and rectify your behavioral formula and programming. Suppose you remain so arrogant in your behavioral formula and programming that you would rather die than repent and treat others as lowly creatures. It was all because they treated that country's army as lowly creatures and said, "We're noblemen." What is he? Who was he born? Cursing the king, they said, "He was born to a maid. He is from a low caste. We shall ignore him. We'll see if he's capable of killing our entire country," which I doubt he could. Our country is so strong. What was the result? The whole country was destroyed. That is why our mind nature, as well as behavioral formula and programming, must be changed. We also need to apply some methods to be reborn in the pure lands to be liberated from samsara, or attain Buddhahood. In other words, we must practice the holy Dharma. What methods should we use to practice the holy Dharma? Now we are teaching you how to select the methods. It turns out that choosing a Dharma practice method is another very crucial point. That is, it is imperative for us to change the proportion of the elements of our good of bad virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Also, we can only change it when our main cause is powerful enough. Otherwise, we cannot change its arrangement. If we have a strong enough main cause, we can change the arrangement to have better retributions come early. We can then change our fate. Suppose the cause you plant is not great, very small, or not powerful enough, or your fruit has already ripened and cannot be reversed. What does it mean by a ripened fruit is irreversible? For example, you are boiling an egg, and it has already been 70% boiled, and then you ask, "Can I undo the boiling process and reverse the egg back to 100% raw again?" Is it possible? Of course not. It is impossible. Even if you turn off the fire immediately and stop boiling, you can only save 30% of the egg that has not been boiled and is still raw, but not the 70% that has already been boiled. What I mean is that the evil karma is in the process of being retributed. For example, you are ill with cancer. The tumor is massive. You do not wish for the tumor to continue to expand. So, you have planted some huge causes in an attempt to change your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, hoping that the virtuous karma would be brought forward to be retributed first in order to deal with that evil karma. So, can I reverse those retributions that I have already received? This is impossible, because what has been retributed has been retributed. But my cancer still responded well to treatment later on. That is, the tumor has shrunk. Although it cannot be cured, it does shrink quite a lot. My life has thus been extended by a few more years. That means it has already been changed. Yes, you have made a change by rescuing the 30% that is still raw and has not been boiled. You have stopped the fire. You have changed the portfolio with a huge cause and dealt with it with a virtuous cause. So, you have extended your life by a few more years. But does it mean that your retributions are gone? What you have received has been received, just like the hard-boiled part of the egg that has been boiled. However, there will be an improvement. That is what it means. What has been retributed in the past cannot be erased, and one cannot pretend that there have been no retributions, for he or she has already received the retributions. But can we improve the current situation? Yes, we can. Because you have made a change immediately. Therefore, there are reasons for our failure if we wish to change our virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. The first reason is that the cause you plant is not huge enough. The second reason is that a ripened fruit cannot be reverted. Thirdly, suppose your evil retributions come too fast or too heavily, and you have no virtuous cause that can be used in your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. In that case, you must keep in mind one thing. This is what you should keep in mind in the first place. Only the power of a main cause can change and eliminate the evil cause. No ancillary condition can do this. If you have some evil causes in your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, for example, if you have killed someone or owe people money, you must repay the debts and repent by yourself. It is impossible for you to ask the Buddha to repay the debts for you. Whether this person killed me, or I was killed by someone else, my hatred must be profound. I would certainly want that person who killed me to apologize to me and even pay back the life debt. Say the Buddha intercede for him, don't do this to him. Please let him go. Unless this is a Dharma practitioner, who is willing to listen to the Buddha and eliminate the hatred in their mind through Dharma practice. Well, forget it. It's okay if you don't repay the debt. I will stop chasing your debts. Unless this is the case, the Buddha cannot persuade the karmic creditors not to collect debts. Because this is a life debt, they will definitely collect it. So, even if we use the ancillary conditions, relying on the Buddhas to save us, they will not repay lives for us, as they have no life or death. They will never die. I don't think so. I have read some Buddhist sutras that say, this Buddha has a lifespan of 20,000 years, that Buddha has a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Their lifespans are not infinite. That is correct. What the sutras describe is that anything in the three realms, made up of material structures, will one day disintegrate. That is, there will always be a day when death will come. But will a Buddha really die? I have said that a Buddha has an intrinsic awareness called perfect enlightenment. They can enter into the Dharma realm and return to the state of oneness, so they will not die. Material substances in dualistic or multiplistic states, anything that pulls material substances together, will perish one day. So, you will see that some Buddhist sutras describe how long the Buddha's lifespans are. That is the reason. Their physical bodies will disintegrate. In other words, the Buddha cannot repay the life of others on your behalf. You must use your own main cause to solve the problem. Only your own main cause, but not the ancillary conditions, can eliminate the evil cause. As such, ancillary conditions can only help you suppress the emergence of evil causes, and in the meantime, rearrange the virtuous causes so they will come first. That is, no matter what your ancillary conditions are, be it making contact with or being interconnected with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, gods, deities, or any sentient being who has received a favor from you, you have called them all over. I know the governor. I know the president. And I also know the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces. I know all of them. I've called them all over. They have all received my favor before. I'm calling them all to come to save me. Suppose this is the case. But the so-called ancillary conditions can only suppress the evil retributions to make them emerge later. However, they cannot eliminate the evil cause, which still exists after all. It will only appear a little later. You have suppressed it from emerging. Only the power of the main cause can change and eliminate evil causes. That is, you have to repent and repay. That is, what can ancillary conditions only do? Delaying the time and rearranging the order of your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. They can only do these 2 things. When ancillary conditions delay the time and rearrange the order, there will be a phenomenon called respite. This is a phenomenon often ignored by people who pray to gods and worship Buddhas. For instance, someone had cancer and went to pray to gods and worship Buddhas. And they got healed. So they let their guard down and did not cherish and make use of the precious time, when they are well and healthy, to accumulate a large amount of virtuous merits. So, the cancer relapsed later. After the recurrence of cancer, they might not have sufficient virtuous merits in their portfolio this time to fight against or deal with the evil karma, because they have used up a lot of them last time. When there is no more virtuous karma to contend with the evil karma, they will still die from cancer in the end. So, respite is very important. When it comes, it is time for you to breathe. You must make use of the time when virtuous karma and ancillary conditions delay the appearance of evil karma. The evil karma will definitely appear, it is just a matter of time. You are only temporarily delaying it by rearranging it. But you never know when it will appear, how early and how late. It all depends on how long your virtuous karma can sustain, as you do not know how much your virtuous karma is. Therefore, you must accumulate a large number of huge causes and virtuous causes during this time. Otherwise, your virtuous karma will be overdrawn and insufficient. In the final stage, you will still fail to be rescued. That is, even if there are lots of evil causes appearing one after another in the arrangement of your karmic portfolio, as long as there is a virtuous cause at the back of the queue that you can use. Once you have made contact with a Buddha, Bodhisattva, or God, they can draw out and rearrange your virtuous cause to the front in order to temporarily contend with the evil causes, so that your virtuous karma can come first. Your condition will then slowly and gradually ease down, and there will seem to be signs of improvement. However, the illness will come back again in the future. It is only being delayed. Therefore, even when we have made contact with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, gods, deities, and all sentient beings who have received a favor from you, you must also keep in mind that supernatural powers are no match for karma. When you have made contact with them, it will also depend on whether any virtuous cause is available in your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio to be rearranged. Otherwise, their attempts to save you will be futile. Try to think about it. What can you draw out if there is no virtuous cause at all at the back within your portfolio, and all are black evil karmas? Is there anything that can be drawn out to contend with all those evil karmas? Nothing. So, it all boils down to the fact that you must plant virtuous merits, without which any attempt to save you will prove futile. With virtuous merits, you can still delay the time. Therefore, back to that sentence stated in the Diamond Sutra, that you can accumulate immeasurable virtuous merits. How important are immeasurable virtuous merits? Are they that important? Of course. Whether you are fighting adversities, everyone is bound to have adversities. You will definitely fall sick, and you will have failures and setbacks. These are all called adversities. What do we rely on to support us to get through all these adversities and weather the storm? Virtuous merits. If you have immeasurable virtuous merits, that will be great. Do you know that our virtuous merits will be used up one day? We might be in a bad mood, and we need to find some virtuous merits to improve our mood. Otherwise, we might become ill because of depression. Suppose it just so happened that I got sick because of depression and needed to find some virtuous merits to cure the illness. Would I be able to find a better doctor to cure my illness? Would I have enough money for this? This disease seems to cost a lot of money for treatment. Do I have so much money to treat it? How advanced is the treatment for this disease given the technology today? To what extent can the disease be cured? All these depend on virtuous merits. With fewer merits and lesser money, you will not be able to cure certain diseases. How important the virtuous merits are. When you fight against adversity, what do you need? Immeasurable virtuous merits, again. Will virtuous merits be depleted one day? Of course, they will. So, if we can have immeasurable virtuous merits, we will have inexhaustible merits to resolve many adversities. So, do not think this way. I wouldn't practice the holy Dharma. I'm lazy. I only care about my business or career. I want to get a promotion. I have studies and many other things to deal with. I have lots of ambitions. You ask me to practice the holy Dharma. Are you kidding me? It'll be such a waste of time. No way. I'd rather focus on my career first and only practice the holy Dharma when I get older. But as you get older, your spirit, perseverance, ability to absorb knowledge, flexibility, and energy will all deteriorate at a rapid and accelerating rate. A serious illness will be enough to knock you out, and you will not be able to think at all because of the pain. How can you still possibly practice the holy Dharma? Even reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha could be a daunting task then. You will not be able to recite it. So how are you going to practice the holy Dharma? So, we must make the best use of the few decades of our life and practice the holy Dharma as soon as possible. In other words, whether you are in the face of adversity, or wish to escape from falling into the three lower realms, that is, not to be reborn in the realms of animals, hells, or hungry ghosts, what must you rely on? You must rely on Dharma practice, and the accumulation of immeasurable virtuous merits. Whether you wish to be reborn in a Buddha's pure land, you will definitely need virtuous merits. Of course, it will also require a number of other methods. Or fourthly, do you wish to be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence? To get rid of that kind of tractional force, never having to take rebirths again, and be dragged around. It all requires you to practice the holy Dharma. It all depends on the virtuous merits. Or do you wish to attain Buddhahood? Do you need virtuous merits to attain Buddhahood? Of course, you do. Otherwise, you will not have the causes and conditions to learn the Dharma methods and be successful in your Dharma practice. Virtuous merits can be used to repay the debts, so that your karmic creditors will leave you alone. Then, it will be easier for you to practice the holy Dharma in order to attain Buddhahood. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to enter the state of emptiness if they keep bothering you. Therefore, whichever situation you are in, you must have immeasurable virtuous merits. Suppose you intend to practice the holy Dharma to gain immeasurable virtuous merits to handle so many things. You do not want to use up all your merits after dealing with the first goal and have no merits left for the second goal, or only have enough virtuous merits to deal with the second goal, but not the third goal. Whoa, you have so many goals in your mind. If you have 5 goals to achieve, they will all need virtuous merits. With 5 things to accomplish, how many virtuous merits are there for you to use? In other words, we must have immeasurable virtuous merits to deal with these 5 things. How can we have immeasurable virtuous merits? We must practice emptiness, neither existence nor voidness. You must practice this sentence in the Diamond Sutra, which says that you must have at least one thought of pure belief. What is it? It is to enter the emptiness. Even if it only lasts for a short moment, you can already achieve immeasurable virtuous merits. You must practice the holy Dharma this way. Because of impermanence, you might not have the opportunity to accumulate virtuous merits again. What is impermanence? Any sudden accidents can make you unable to continue your Dharma practice. For example, you suddenly have a stroke. Being totally bedridden, you are too weak to absorb any new knowledge. How can you still practice the holy Dharma? You may have been able to recite the Diamond Sutra, but you are unable to do so now. With your brain's blood vessels all blocked, how are you going to recite the sutra? It is impossible to do so when the function of the brain has become slow. That is, impermanence is terrifying. Lord Buddha Shakyamuni already said that if you want to practice the holy Dharma, you must practice when you are most capable right now. You must practice as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be unable to help yourself. How do we explain one thought of pure belief and the emptiness mentioned previously? You can re-watch the lecture videos of the 11th and 12th episodes of our Compassion series. Okay, the fourth one, the evil retributions are too many and come too fast. There is not enough time for the main cause and ancillary conditions to be established. Then, we will also fail because we are unable to rearrange the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Why is this? It means that if those evil retributions come too quickly and rapidly, it would be too late even if you try to pull out virtuous karmas from the back to the front through the power of your Dharma practice. Or you do so by making use of your ancillary conditions to make contact with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or gods to help you. It takes time for you to make contact with those ancillary conditions, and there will be a time gap that appears. During this time gap, chances are your evil karma might be too grave that you would have already succumbed to it and died. Therefore, it is possible that the rearrangement of the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio might fail because of this time gap. So, when we want to make contact with the rescuers, suppose there is insufficient time for your main cause and ancillary conditions to be established. As stated in the Buddhist Sutra, you must focus on contemplating Namo Buddha Amitabha after death without any disturbance of thoughts for 1 to 7 days. But you might not hold on for 1 to 7 days, and you might not have time to make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Even if you manage to contact them, they also need to check your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Consider how long this will take. If your evil karma is too heavy, you might have been caught by your karmic creditors and fallen into hell or become an animal. Even if a Buddha has come, he could not save you. Would the Buddha kill you after you have become a chicken, so that you do not have to live as a chicken anymore? Would he kill the chicken in order to save you and release you from the animal body? And then look at your karmic portfolio again to see whether you could be saved? No, it is impossible. You have already taken rebirth. You have already become a pig or a chicken. How could he possibly kill you? What would he do, then? He would wait until your retributions are over. He would wait until the next time you die again to save you. What if you have fallen into hell? Then it will depend on which level of hell you have fallen to and how many virtuous merits you have left. After checking your virtuous merits, he might be only able to move you from the 18th level to the first level of hell. Your virtuous merits may only be enough to do this. And then all your virtuous merits would be exhausted, after which you can only stay in the first level of the hell. That is, you still cannot get out of hell yet. So, is this rescue considered a success or failure? It is still considered a success. It is already very good to be moved from the 18th level to the first level, otherwise, it would be extremely painful. It means that you have already been rescued, but are still in hell. You may ask, oh no. Why are the Buddhas like this? Why can't they get me out of hell? Why am I still in hell? This is because you do not have enough virtuous merits. In other words, what should you do? You must plant immeasurable virtuous merits. With immeasurable virtuous merits, you can still get out even if you fall into Vaja hell. What does this mean? You must practice that sentence from the Diamond Sutra. Hence, it will take time if you wish to be able to last for 1 to 7 days without any disturbance of thoughts. You cannot be saved if you have too few virtuous merits, which come too slowly. So, it takes time for us to cleanse our evil karma, too. It is best to remove our obstacles when we are still alive. Removing obstacles means removing all your evil karma. You must do it while you are still alive. There will be no time to do it when you are dead, not at all. When we do it, the method we use is very important. It will be very slow if we choose the wrong method. If you choose some very slow methods, you may be already dead before completing them. How can you still succeed, then? Some methods require 3 great asamkhya kalpa, and many times of rebirths to be successful in the Dharma practice. Hence, one definitely needs to choose the right method. How do we choose a method? Now you will be taught how to choose a method. If you choose the right method, you will have enough time and ability to resolve some of your evil karmic retributions. If the method you choose is too slow, you will need 3 great asamkhya kalpa to resolve them. Then, no matter how diligent you are in your Dharma practice, you will not be able to withstand the impact of karma, and all your efforts will be in vain. Thirdly, suppose you focus too much on emptiness. Since you said emptiness is so important, I'll practice nothing but only that sentence from the Diamond Sutra: emptiness, neither existence nor voidness. Will I succeed then? No, you will not succeed. You can only enter the emptiness with one thought and have many virtuous merits. But how do you apply your virtuous merits? Can you make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and ask them to help you rearrange and apply your virtuous merits? I can now go to the realm of heavens. I have immeasurable virtuous merits and wish to go to a high-level heavenly realm. But how do you get there? You have not practiced meditational power. Do you rely on Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to help you rearrange your merits to get to the high-level heavenly realms? Because I feel I have immeasurable virtuous merits, I will definitely go to a high-level heavenly realm. It still requires some ancillary conditions to succeed. But you still need to know some methods in order to know how to apply the ancillary conditions. How do you make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? You still need to rely on some Dharma practice methods. Otherwise, you will not even know how to make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. All you have are just virtuous merits. Although your karmic portfolio is good, can you go to better places? I don't want to be reborn as a human anymore. I'd like to go to a Buddha's pure land. How do you make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to take you there? This is also the point. Do you need to practice other methods? Of course, you do. If you only practice emptiness and not any other methods, you will not know how to make contact with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. You do not even know how to make an emergency phone call to ask for help. How do you request the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to help you and take you to the realm of heavens? You do not know how to get to the realm of heavens by yourself. If I don't learn how to make an emergency phone call, what should I learn? You need to learn how to get to the realm of heavens. You learn how to get to the realm of heavens, how to use your virtuous merits, and how to rearrange your karmic portfolio to bring forward some virtuous karma in order to get to better places. Do all these also require some alternative Dharma practice methods? The answer is yes. So, I find some Dharma practitioners who are very fond of emptiness and only practice emptiness alone. They feel that it is already enough, since they can gain virtuous merits, as well as an opportunity to attain Buddhahood. I'm not going to abide in notions. There is an oral pith instruction that goes, should not abide anywhere, and do not abide in notions. All other Dharma practice methods, such as those that help us go to the Buddha's pure lands, are methods of abiding in notions. I wouldn't learn any of them so that they won't interfere with my practice of non-abiding in notions. I don't want any of these methods. Some people are like this. They really do not wish to learn or practice any of these methods. They do not learn or practice all those methods that teach them how to go to the Buddha's pure lands, even after being taught about them. What would be the consequences? The result is that they will not be able to go there. They may always take rebirth as a human. As you know, a human only has a few decades of life. The environment is, of course, not as good as the realm of heavens. Even if you take rebirth as a human being, you do not want to live in a hut area, or end up in countries that are at war, where there is no food to eat, no Buddhist holy Dharma to learn, and no time to sleep. You have no reasons to wish to go to those places. That is, you need to know how to practice certain methods of abiding in notions to get to the Buddha's pure lands. You need to know them. In other words, you should not only focus on removing evil karma, or some bad stuff, or accumulating virtuous merits. In the end, you will fall between two stools as a result of the imbalance between the main cause and the ancillary conditions. You will fail to attain Buddhahood. If you only focus on emptiness in your Dharma practice in the hope of gaining immeasurable virtuous merits, as well as attaining Buddhahood, without learning other methods of ancillary conditions to help yourself to get to Buddha's pure lands, you will fail to go there in the end. This is called falling between two stools. This is because, in order to attain Buddhahood, you ought to restore 100% of the emptiness. Now you have only restored one thought, or one moment of it, which enables you to gain immeasurable virtuous merits. There is still a long way to go before you can attain Buddhahood. 99.9% of your ability of enlightenment has yet to be restored. You only have immeasurable virtuous merits. You may not know how to readjust them, and you also refuse to learn how to go to the Buddha's pure lands. As a result, you will be unable to go there. So, we need to strike a balance between the two. On the contrary, if you say, I don't learn emptiness. What if I only know how to request Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or some great Dharma practitioners to help me? I never pay attention to mind training, and my nature of the mind is bad. What would happen then? Then this will affect your efforts to remove the evil karma, because you do not correct your behavioral formula and programming. As soon as you have repented, you will immediately violate the precepts again. Consequently, you still have to face the retributions of this evil karma. In other words, it is useless. It will affect you. So, you must train your mind. Only if you train your mind properly, and correct your behavioral formula and programming can you truly accumulate virtuous karma, and remove evil karma. If you do not do well in the main cause, the ancillary conditions cannot give full play to the power of help. This will lead to your failure of being saved. Therefore, our main cause and ancillary conditions must be balanced. You need to practice emptiness, as well as all those methods of abiding in notions that teach you how to remove evil karma, accumulate more merits, save more sentient beings, and get to the Buddha's pure lands. You must learn all those methods. That is, you need to learn both and strike a balance between the two. Okay, let us take a look. We have explained that there is a distance in terms of levels between the Buddhas and us. For example, our levels of meditational power are different. We have different physical structures. We are far from the Buddhas in terms of azimuth, as well as the actual distance in terms of being near or far. Moreover, there is also a great distance between the Buddhas and us in terms of intrinsic awareness and the level of clarity of our nature of mind. It is because of these so many kinds of distances that they become the obstacles to us getting to Buddha's pure lands, or being liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. What do we do to narrow down these distances? What is our common sense, knowledge, understanding and views towards these Buddhist holy Dharma? If we choose the wrong Dharma practice method, or even if we have chosen the right one, but the level of practice is not good enough, these will all hinder our success. If we cannot rearrange our virtuous and evil karmic portfolio well, and at the same time, our virtuous karma is too little with great contrast of virtuous and evil karma, this will also affect our success rates. The law of causes and effects, if you do not know how it operates and its permutations, as I explained before, such as huge causes and will bring quick fruits. If you do not know the rules of the law of causes and effects, you will choose the wrong method that leads to failure in your Dharma practice. Therefore, as said earlier, the most important three elements to save ourselves are precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. As I explained in the previous session, there are many methods for us to practice these. The first example would be reciting Buddha's holy names, sutras titles, or sutras, but the failure rates are very high. We can also do mantra chanting and recite some mantras, which is slightly better. We can also complement our Dharma practice with visualization, a crucial point clearly stated in all Buddhist sutras, but none of you would listen. The sutras clearly state that we must carry out visualization practice. There are many kinds of visualization programming in Dharma practice. The conditions and success rates involved are all different. So, how should I choose? Even if you succeed, the outcomes would be all different. I assume that you have chosen a good method, and you have successfully practiced it and scored 100 points, but it turns out that the result you get will be different. It turns out that you will get this result by this method, and that result by that method. When you finally get the result, you only realize that this is not your desired result. Oh no, this is not what I want. I didn't want to only go to a low-level heavenly realm. I wanted to go to a high-level one. Oh my. It turns out that I've chosen the wrong method. This is all due to you being unable to distinguish the visualization content and choosing the wrong method. How do we tell the difference, then? Unfortunately, many visualization practice methods cannot be made public. Why? If you make them known to your karmic creditors too well, they will get in the way. For instance, so you like Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara very much. Then I'll be waiting until the moment you die and show up in the appearance of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara to deceive you and take you to my place. Once I catch you, I'll be able to take revenge. Things like this will occur. Then, what visualization method or programming do we use to escape our karmic creditors? What visualization method can I use to get to a Buddha's pure land, so that I can go there directly by myself without waiting for the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to come to save me? These methods cannot be made too public. Once made public, all karmic creditors will hear them, which will get the Dharma practitioners into trouble. So, some things cannot be made public. If they cannot be made public, how can I teach you how to choose which one is better? That is, those parts that can be made public, and what I can tell you are just superficial. But even so, they can still be really beneficial to you because my explanation and analysis are always very detailed. You can still see some clues in them. You will find that there are some rules, principles, and formulas when you know them. When you understand them, for example, if you go to other places to learn other Dharma methods, when the Guru teaches you some visualization methods, you can instantly use the analytical formula I taught you to analyze them. You will know right away what results you will get if you keep practicing them, whether they can help you or harm you, and whether the results are what you wish for or not. All these can be of help to you. I will gradually teach you how to choose them in the future. Fourthly, are there other methods apart from the visualization? Yes, there are. In esoteric Buddhism, there are some methods that teach you how to practice what we call the channels, breaths or winds, and wisdom drops in your body and teach you how to focus your mind, turning your focus into high focus. Then it would be much easier for you to get what you want. That is, you will be able to visualize whatever you want successfully. You can then go to the Buddha's Pure Land right away whenever you want. We call this cultivating one's reality through illusory experiences, where illusions refer to our bodies, which will eventually perish in the future. They will be destroyed one day, just like illusions. But we can leverage our bodies to practice what we really need to do, that is, to train our minds. What can we cultivate? We can cultivate our minds and focus them on one place. Training our minds lays an essential foundation. How do we practice it? For example, the Tibetan Buddhist meditation on the 7-point postures of Buddha Vairocana, which I will start teaching tomorrow, 2 classes in a row. In fact, there will be a total of 4 classes taught over 2 consecutive days starting tomorrow. It will teach you how to cultivate channels, breaths, and wisdom drops in your body, through which you can lead your breaths into the central channels. You do not know what a central channel is, but those who have learned this method will know. I am just briefly explaining it to you now. Your tamo inner heat, the focused energy in your body, can then rise, and you can complement it with the excellent nature of mind you have as a result of mind training. This practice method does not rely solely on the body, not only relying on the condensation of body energy. What else does it rely on? It relies on the level of your mind training. The better you train your mind, the better you can complement it. If the level of your mind training is not so good, even when your energy rises, it will only go to some bad places. Therefore, you must rely on your mind to lead the energy flow. You can then turn your karmic winds, a kind of airflow of your past behavioral records, into a kind of wisdom winds. What is wisdom? It means you can solve any daily life problem, and all the methods used to solve problems are win-win solutions. That is, they will not hurt others, they help others. Those are called the wisdom winds. This practice method can help you cultivate these. There exists the 8th consciousness named Dodi in our minds. Some people mistakenly call the 8th consciousness the soul. It is not a soul. It is something like what you call a soul, but in fact the 8th consciousness of ours, which can reveal the Dharma nature. What is Dharma nature? It is our intrinsic awareness, the ability of enlightenment. It will allow our ability of enlightenment to manifest, thus restoring the crystal clarity of our intrinsic awareness, or even to the 100% of our perfect enlightenment, that is, enabling us to attain Buddhahood. As such, the cultivation of channels, breaths, and wisdom drops to focus our minds on one place can actually help us attain Buddhahood. It can also help us give rise to some wisdom. This will be taught in the next 2 days. Fifthly, there is a Dharma practice that directly practices emptiness. It is a kind of Dharma practice, without form or appearance. What does without form or appearance mean? It does not have a special appearance for you to visualize. What is called with forms or appearances? For example, I want to go to the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha. Buddha Amitabha has an appearance for me to visualize. I can then visualize the appearance of Buddha Amitabha. I can also visualize Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land and what it is like. How pure, peaceful, and beautiful it is. There is an appearance for you to visualize. These are called with forms or appearances. Emptiness is without form or appearance, meaning there is no appearance of any kind. Why? No matter what kind of appearance it shows, we will practice in accordance with the oral pith instruction, should not abide anywhere, and do not abide in notions. I will not be attached to any notion, form, or appearance I see, nor will I keep thinking about it and be trapped in that notion, form, appearance, or thought. Thus, This is one of the Dharma practices without form or appearance. If we practice emptiness directly, do we still need to observe the precepts? For example, the Great Perfection. Many people misinterpreted it. Why did some of them practice it to the point of insanity? Some who practiced it got totally confused, violated the precepts, and committed all kinds of evil deeds. Why? It was because they thought they did not need to observe the precepts. In fact, they must all receive and observe the precepts, and they must uphold the precepts to 100% perfection, to the point that they can already naturally reflect the precepts in a way that any behavior they do will not violate any precept. This is called the precepts of intrinsic nature, the precepts based on intrinsic nature. What is intrinsic nature? It is the Buddha nature, 100% perfect enlightenment. If you are already like a Buddha, how can you possibly still do anything that violates the precepts? Therefore, the precepts of intrinsic nature are one of the conditions that anyone who practices the Great Perfection must have. That is, anything they do will naturally reflect the precepts without violating any of them. They do not need to always keep in their minds, I can't kill the sentient beings. I can't tramp on the ants. I can't kill chickens or ducks. They do not need to keep such things in their heads all the time. Because they have already reached such a level in their Dharma practices that their compassion can be naturally revealed such that they naturally will not commit killings. They do not need to remember it all the time. All in all, whatever they do will naturally not involve killing. This is a characteristic that is naturally revealed, a kind of ability of enlightenment, without doing anything that violates the precepts. This is called the precepts of intrinsic nature. You have to attain such a high standard to practice the emptiness without going astray. So, people who do not understand this, and keep saying that one can practice emptiness directly without observing the precepts, will enter the evil path. This method can help attain Buddhahood quickly. The question is, who is teaching you? Many people taught it wrongly. If it is taught incorrectly, you will never succeed in your Dharma practice. However, if taught correctly, it can make you succeed very quickly. For example, the Diamond Sutra, which has been around for more than 2,000 years. It has existed for more than 2,000 years. But can people really explain its essence and apply it to daily life? That is the key point. If you can do it, you can practice emptiness directly. If not, you cannot practice it directly. Why is it said that the Great Perfection can allow us to do so? Because it has a lot of practical techniques to go along with, while the Diamond Sutra is just for you to understand literally. As to how to incorporate it into the Dharma practice, it does not say. Therefore, it still needs to work with the Great Perfection. Your level has to be extremely high to practice the Diamond Sutra alone without other things to complement it. At least you need to be able to explain it in great detail. As you can see, my explanation now is very detailed. I have used many sessions to explain the Diamond Sutra from the 6th lecture onwards, and it is still not finished yet. The reason is that the teaching needs to be in great detail to be able to help you. That is why it needs to be taught slowly. Well, when everyone dies, they will have at least one opportunity to enter into the Dharma realm. I have explained before that the Dharma realm is the state of oneness. When one has attained Buddhahood, there is a feeling of eternal happiness, being liberated from the cycle of karmic existence and free from the pull of material substances forever. This state is called the Dharma realm. If we cannot cultivate this emptiness to attain Buddhahood before death, that is, we are unable to enter into the Dharma realm, then we can use the power of our Dharma practice to enter into the Dharma realm after death. Despite our failure in Dharma practice and inability to enter the state of oneness before death, everyone has at least one chance to enter this state unconditionally and naturally after death. If we know how to train ourselves in cultivating emptiness, and we can do it pretty well and work with it, we can attain Buddhahood at that moment, because we can already enter that state naturally. The only thing is whether we can stay in this state. If we somewhat know about emptiness, then we can stay in this state and attain Buddhahood. This is possible. But what if we failed? Suppose you say, "Oh no. No matter how I learn, I can only manage to learn not even 1% of emptiness. I still can't really get it. It doesn't work for me." What would happen if I failed? Suppose you do well in training your mind and observing the precepts. When you fall out of the Dharma realm, that is, when you are unable to stay in the state of oneness and turn into a dualistic or multiplistic state, connecting to the material substances yourself so as to take rebirth again, because our minds will tend to connect with material substances spontaneously. To connect with material substances is to take rebirth and be trapped in the body of those substances. We will then end up taking rebirth. Even so, we still have to see where we will be reborn. We do not want to be reborn in hell. So, what can we do? We can enter the 5 heavens of non-returning as soon as we fall out of the Dharma realm to be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. If you have been trained and know how to stay in the 5 heavens of non-returning, you can be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. Suppose you have not practiced well, or no one has taught you how to stay in the 5 heavens of non-returning, and you do not know how to stay there. You neither learn nor know about it, so you will fall further down from the 5 heavens of non-returning. But you will still end up in some of the high-level heavenly realms, where your body will be composed of light. If you know how to stay, you can go to the high-level heavenly realms. If you cannot make it and fall further down, because you do not practice well enough, you will go to low-level heavenly realms, where the material structure is much heavier. Your body will still have a lot of light, but not totally composed of light. There will be other material substances, too, light plus other heavier structural materials. If you know how to stay there, or if you have enough virtuous merits, you can actually stay there. So, the practice of emptiness still needs to be complemented with some matters. One cannot practice emptiness alone without working together with other methods at all, thinking that it will suffice by only familiarizing oneself with the Diamond Sutra, so as to enter that state for 1 second. It is still not enough. It is far from enough, and there is still a long way to go. It means that you have only had 0.001% experience of emptiness. You are still 99.999% short of it, the training of the ability of enlightenment or emptiness. So, you still need to undergo this training. Also, if you can be reborn in the realm of heavens, it means that you still have the opportunity to practice the holy Dharma. It is still better than falling into the 3 lower realms. Even if you are unable to stay in the realm of heavens, but fall to the human realm, at least you will have a few decades to practice the holy Dharma. If you meet a good guru, who teaches you how to choose a good method, and you have chosen a good method, you will stand a much better chance of success, and have many options. All these are the benefits of practicing emptiness. When one complements the practice of emptiness with other Dharma methods and does it well, one will have lots of options. That is, if we want to achieve the multiple effects mentioned before, if we cannot attain Buddhahood, we can go to the 5 heavens of non-returning, where we can be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. If we fail to stay there, we can go to the high-level heavenly realms, failing which we can go to the low-level heavenly realms. You will find that there are many options along the way. Thus, if we want to achieve this, we must practice some Dharma methods of entering the realm of heavens. We must learn not only the methods of cultivating emptiness, but also the methods of entering the realm of heavens. Although the methods of entering the realm of heavens belong to some of the Dharma practices of abiding in notions, practicing both methods abiding in notions and non-abiding in notions in parallel is the safest, fastest, and most effective way. So, remember that when you choose a Dharma practice method in the future, the method you choose must contain both abiding in notions and non-abiding in notions. In other words, it needs to teach you how to cultivate emptiness, as well as how to get to the Buddha's pure lands. If you practice emptiness directly, such as the Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, or Tibetan esoteric Buddhism's Mahamudra of the White Sect Kagyu school, or Great Perfection of the Red Sect Nyingma school, which one is the best? It is the Great Perfection of the Nyingma school, which is the highest, most perfect and complete Dharma method. Why? Because it has no shortfalls. Another benefit is that it has a lot of things to support you in your Dharma practice, unlike the Diamond Sutra, which requires you to read and figure it out for yourself. It has some methods to help you and many oral pith instructions to aid you. Does the Diamond Sutra have oral pith instructions too? Yes, it has. It is equally helpful if you know how to apply them. Okay, the sixth one. Some people practice meditation, or a kind of meditation called Vipassana meditation, or investigate a meditational topic. But they usually do not observe the precepts. With no precepts to observe, it is thus similar to other religions. This kind of ordinary meditational practice is actually without any real ways of practice. Nor does it have a complete set of oral pith instructions to assist you. It just helps you relax and try to get you into some meditative states. It helps when you are stressed in your daily life. These methods will work if you use them to help you relax your nerves. But they are all considered inward methods, for example, the Vipassana meditation, which requires you to observe inwardly your body or some of your inner feelings. These methods are of ordinary levels. Would investigating a meditational topic help you attain Buddhahood? No, it would not. Why? It is even detrimental. What is investigating a meditational topic? You attempt to observe the initial mind right before the moment you come up with a thought. What is the initial mind without any pollution? In the Chan Zen school, it is called the first thought as a state of mind. But because it does not require the practitioners to observe the precepts, as you know, without observing the precepts, one will get confused and be in a mess. How so? Some practitioners have practiced it to the point of madness in history. Why did they go insane? Some of the words they said would scare you, such as, irrespective of any scenes that come to you, kill the demon when you see a demon, kill the Buddha when you see a Buddha. Even a Buddha needs to be killed. They said such things openly because they had no precepts. Without precepts, they would just talk nonsense. Next, they also said, it is just a Buddha. Buddha is nothing but dry dung. What is dry dung? It is a piece of dried excrement. All these words were against the precepts. Why did they say them out and even write them down? In Chan school, they call it investigating a meditational topic. They think this is good. Why has it become like this? So, you must remember, I said there are three fundamental things. That is why some people think the Chan school is not Buddhism, and call it separate transmission outside of the teachings. The Chan school did not exist in India at all. Why did it exist in China? There is something missing. Why is it said that the Chan school is not Buddhism? It is because it lacks something. There needs to have three things: precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. You need to have the wisdom to keep the balance. Without observing the precepts, you will talk indiscriminately and say things carelessly, such as kill the Buddha when you see a Buddha. As a result, those people became arrogant and disregarded the Buddha. Their minds became chaotic and frantic. That was why some of them went insane from their Dharma practices. The practitioners were asked to keep pondering over a sentence and keep thinking it over and over again. So, they keep dwelling on it and chasing dead ends. Without the precepts to support their minds, they led themselves down a blind alley. In the end, they went insane and did things randomly. We call this schizophrenia or mental disorientation. So, remember that it must not be like this. There must be precepts. Without them to support your nature of mind, your nature of mind will be chaotic and frantic. The practice of Tibetan esoteric Buddhism's great perfection, of the Red Sect Nyingma school, is a complete collection of oral pith instructions and some methods of real practices. It assists you in cultivating emptiness, neither existence nor voidness. Therefore, it is much more effective than the above methods. Let me give you an example. Say you would like to be reborn in the realm of heavens very much, hoping to get to the Buddha's pure land after death. What is the best way to achieve that? Some methods are very slow, and the failure rate is high, while others are really fast with higher success rates. If you use the speed of sound to connect or make contact with the Buddha, it will be very slow. For example, if you only recite Buddha's holy names, the titles of the sutras, or some Buddhist sutras, it will be very slow, and the failure rates will be high. I already explained it in the previous lecture. Exoteric Buddhists often use this method. It will not work. What method is considered fast? In terms of the speed of connecting or contacting the Buddhas, you must use both the sound and the speed of your mind. The speed of mind means that you must visualize. For example, you chant a mantra. As I said, there is a difference between the power of the mantras and a Buddha's holy name. The power of the mantras is the vibration frequency in a Buddha's mind. When you chant his mantra, it will be much easier to connect with him. It will be much faster than reciting the Buddha's holy name. To work with visualization means that you need to have a visualization program. You need to visualize in your mind to create a shape or a form. For example, when you visualize Buddha Amitabha, you are connecting with Buddha Amitabha. When you visualize Buddha Amitabha's pure land, you are connecting with his pure land. If you know these visualizations, it will be much easier and faster for you to go to and arrive at the Buddha's pure land. In esoteric Buddhism's Dharma practice, you will find even a very ordinary practice ritual, which we call the sadhanas on deities. A practice ritual of a certain bodhisattva, or Buddha, has some practical techniques to lead you through the practice. This is a far cry from exoteric Buddhism, which only provides some very simple methods that rely on sound, such as chanting Buddha's holy names. However, if you practice esoteric Buddhism, remember that you must cooperate with precepts and excellent nature of mind at the same time. Otherwise, your failure rate will be high, which would be miserable. Why? You visualize things with the fast speed of your mind, but your nature of mind is bad and vicious. Then, you will be pulled down to the realms of hells, hungry ghosts, and animals immediately. So, we must remember, if you practice esoteric Buddhism, the precepts you observe must be stricter. Even for those basic precepts, such as 5 precepts and the 10 wholesome deeds, we still need to observe them cautiously with our intrinsic awareness so as to increase the speed towards success in our Dharma practice. You need to pay attention to one more thing. For instance, many gurus nowadays are fond of conferring empowerments to some people, especially strangers. They even advertise in the newspaper that anyone who comes can receive empowerments. Empowerment is establishing a connection, that is, trying to help you connect with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. This is where the problem lies. It is stated clearly in Avatamsaka Sutra that you can only confer empowerments to those who have attained the 10 noble abodes in their Dharma practice, called the empowerment position. It is equivalent to that person already being a prince and will become a king in the future. Only then can you confer the empowerment to him. But now, you are advertising in the newspaper to empower those who have never practiced the holy Dharma and know nothing about Dharma practice. You have already offered to certify them. Certification means, I have certified you to be the crown prince, given the level of your Dharma practice, and you can be crowned to be king in the future. That is, They are now qualified to become a Buddha or Bodhisattva in the future. But the fact is that they have not practiced the holy Dharma to this level yet, and you have already empowered them, which is equivalent to false certification. False certification is the same as deception. Deception, firstly, you are against the rules set in the Buddhist sutras. Secondly, you have deceived Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And you have also deceived sentient beings, whose greed, hatred, and ignorance will be intensified. Wow! It turns out that I've been empowered by you and need to do nothing. I don't need to practice the holy Dharma. I'm already a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. I can head to the Buddha's pure lands easily. I don't need to practice anything. So, they will slack off at their Dharma practices. They will become arrogant with lots of greed, hatred, and ignorance. Those people will rush to get empowered whenever a Rinpoche arrives. Some of them have received dozens of empowerments and forgotten what empowerments they have been conferred. Such greed, hatred, and ignorance will drag these sentient beings down into evil magnetic fields. In other words, any of their karmic creditors who impersonate any Buddha or Bodhisattva they have been empowered to can catch them and drag them down to the 3 lower realms. This is extremely dangerous. Why? Once you have violated the precepts and deceived the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, claiming that you have become the crown prince, this is an act of deception. Both the person who confers the empowerment and the person who accepts the empowerment, according to the sutra, will fall into hell. Why? Because they have both connected to a vicious magnetic field. They have deceived the sentient beings, and then together, they have also deceived the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They also have aroused a great deal of greed, hatred, and ignorance, leading to the deviation in their nature of mind, which will drag them down to be reborn in some awful places. So, keep in mind that if you receive empowerments from such gurus who have violated the precepts, that is, if they ever publicly conferred empowerments to some strangers, they have already violated the precepts. If these gurus do not repent, and you continue to accept their empowerments and teachings, both of you will be connected to some evil magnetic fields, and you will be implicated. So, remember, either the person who confers empowerments or the person who accepts empowerments must remember that a person can only be empowered when he or she reaches a certain level. In this way, you will not violate the 5 precepts and the 10 wholesome deeds, or the precept of deceiving Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and you will not violate what is stated in the sutras. There is a reason why these sutras state this. You must get to that level, so your nature of mind is qualified to be connected with that position. If your nature of mind is not qualified, what to be connected is not Buddha's pure land at all. What would it be? It would be the lookalike pure lands conjured up by those from the realms of hells and hungry ghosts. They look like pure lands but are, in fact, places in the realm of hungry ghosts. You will end up in those places. Hence, if you connect wrongly, your failure rate is 100%. After connecting wrongly, all your Dharma practice will be in vain. Therefore, it is important to see who is helping you establish the connection. This is the most important thing. If you have made a mistake in the first step of the connection, no matter how you practice the holy Dharma afterwards, it will only increase your speed of entering the misconnected magnetic field. The more you practice the holy Dharma, the faster you head into that magnetic field of the realms of hungry ghosts or hells. So, never take the wrong first step. If you wish to be empowered by a guru, you must ensure the guru has never conferred empowerments to any strangers publicly. Then, it will be safe. In other words, if you are a Dharma practitioner, the pure lands of the heavenly realm do exist, and so do the 3 lower realms. However, if you make the wrong first step, and be connected with the 3 lower realms from the very beginning, no matter how you practice the holy Dharma, you will always follow that connection towards the path of the 3 lower realms. The faster you practice the holy Dharma, the better you do in visualization practice, and the more successful your Dharma practice is, the more likely you will go to the 3 lower realms successfully. So, this is a grave matter. Never walk the first step wrong. Some of my disciples had walked the wrong first step before seeking refuge from us. I would normally ask them to repent, cut off the connections as soon as possible, and be reconnected to another place, such as the pure lands of the heavenly realm. They need to dissolve the guru-disciple refuge relationship with this guru, as well as their empowerment-dependent relationship. Only then can the connection be cut off. As long as you are still somehow related, you cannot cut off the connection, because you have already received their empowerment, and the connection has been established. Both the guru and the disciple are acting against what is taught by the sutras, deceiving the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, as well as self-deceiving. I'm already a crown prince ready to ascend the throne. Instead, they will fall into the 3 lower realms because of the violation of precepts. I have explained this before. Okay, what else would lead to high failure rates? When it comes to accumulating virtuous merits, if you choose methods that require 3 great asamkhya kalpa to accumulate slowly, only by doing the 6 paramitas, and all 84,000 heaps of dharmas of body and speech, it will be very slow. If you also do not know how to use the Diamond Sutra methods to accumulate immeasurable virtuous merits, but only follow the methods taught by exoteric Buddhism, which are usually the methods mentioned above, it will be very slow. How can it be faster? You must do the 6 paramitas and all 84,000 heaps of dharmas in all 3 aspects of body, speech, and mind, not only body and speech. Mind is the most important aspect. That is why many sutras emphasize the need to do visualization practice, the Dharma practice of mind. But I do not know why the others tend to hide the word mind, only asking you to practice with your body and speech, missing the most crucial part. For example, your mind must work with a visualization to make offerings to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, and all sentient beings of the 6 realms. Both need to be done together. An ordinary sadhana on deities of esoteric Buddhism already has these Dharma practice methods. In comparison, exoteric Buddhism has none. Even the most basic sadhana on deities of esoteric Buddhism has these. However, the virtuous merits accumulated are still limited, not immeasurable. Only by cultivating emptiness, as described by the Diamond Sutra, can one accumulate immeasurable virtuous merits. Even if you practice these esoteric Buddhism rituals, and you are able to use your visualization to make both lower givings to all sentient beings of the 6 realms, as well as upper offerings to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, the virtuous merits accumulated are still limited. Insufficient virtuous merits prevent you from being reborn in the Buddha's pure land in the realm of heavens. So, you still need to practice the Diamond Sutra and emptiness in order to accumulate immeasurable virtuous merits. Hence, the Diamond Sutra and the methods of practicing emptiness are truly the kings of accumulating virtuous merits. They are the most important methods to accumulate virtuous merits. Esoteric Buddhism has Dharma practices called the generation stage and the completion stage. What are they? The generation stage means, take Buddha Amitabha for example, that I look at the picture and slowly think about the appearance of Buddha Amitabha. This is how Buddha Amitabha's head can be visualized. This is the dress he wears on his body. This is how his appearance looks like. So, you slowly build up and generate the image in your mind. I can remember it. You slowly visualize the appearance of Buddha Amitabha. This Dharma practice approach to generating the appearance of Buddha Amitabha step by step in your mind is called the generation stage. Stage means step by step. I think about it clearly step by step. What about Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara? It turns out that there is a Buddha sitting on top of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's hair, and that is Buddha Amitabha. It turns out that Buddha Amitabha is Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's guru. It turns out that this is how we should visualize the top of his hair. Next, he has a very kind appearance. Then, this is how his dress looks like. Visualizing step by step like this is called the generation stage. What is the completion stage? The completion stage is a step-by-step approach to entering the state of emptiness. It turns out that there are steps to enter the state of emptiness. It is not like reading the Diamond Sutra. I still have no idea how to visualize emptiness. After reading it, all I do is think, try to understand and explore. There are, in fact, steps to visualize emptiness: step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Such a visualization method is called the completion stage. That is, there are steps in all tantric practices, be it visualizing emptiness, or the appearances of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. All these rituals involving upper offering and lower giving, the practice of emptiness, and the visualization of Buddha's appearances are considered the best. As I said earlier, I have the opportunity to attain Buddhahood if I score 100% in my Dharma practice. If I score 80%, I can go to the 5 heavens of non-returning and be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence. If I score 70%, I can still go to the high-level heavenly realms. If I score 50%, I can still go to the low-level heavenly realms. If I score even lower, I can still take rebirth as a human. Wow! These Dharma practice methods are the best. It is the best method if it includes all the options in it. Let me tell you, when you select your practice method in the future, you must choose these. As long as a Dharma practitioner observes the precepts, if one learns these Dharma practice methods, is there a guarantee of success? Of course not. As I have already told you, there are 3 most basic elements. Without them, all will fail. There will be no chance of success at all. They are the precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. If you do not observe the precepts, have poor nature of mind, and are unwilling to alter your behavioral formula and programming, it is useless to teach you any method. You will be connected to an evil magnetic field after all. You must observe the precepts to have good nature of mind. Only then can you obtain immeasurable virtuous merits. As I said before, it is very important to rearrange the virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. How do we go about it? It would be too slow if you need to use 3 great asamkhya kalpa, that is, billions of times of reincarnations, to rearrange it successfully. For example, you only try to remove your evil karma with some ordinary verses of repentance, or bowing repentance. These will definitely be very slow. Exoteric Buddhists only use these methods. How can it be faster? You need to do rearrangement of your virtuous and evil karma in all 3 aspects of body, speech, and mind. All 3 aspects must be done together. How do we do that? In terms of mind, for example, you must cooperate with visualization and provide some actual compensation to your karmic creditors and take actions to repent. Only these can be called deep level. There is a very powerful method in esoteric Buddhism called the practice of Vajrasattva to remove obstacles, which requires you to work with the 4 opponent powers: the power of support and reliance, the power of repentance regretting mind or repentant mind, the power of restraint as a protection, and the power of action as an antidote. With the presence of all these 4 opponent powers together, you will be able to rearrange your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. That is, if you use an ordinary method to rearrange your karmic portfolio, you need to plant a huge cause to get a quick fruit. When can you have the chance to plant so many huge causes? When can you rearrange it? As for the power of Dharma practice, if you only recite a few verses of repentance, how can you rearrange it? If you only do a little life releasing, how can you rearrange it? What can you do to pull it off? You must rely on the visualization practice covering all 3 aspects of body, speech, and mind. How do we carry out the visualization practice? Only with the presence of these 4 opponent powers can the visualization practice be successful. How do we explain these 4 opponent powers? You may watch our lecture videos entitled Repentance 1 and Repentance 2 on the YouTube TV channel of the Dudjom Buddhist Association International. There is a detailed explanation on the 4 opponent powers with citations and quotations from various sutras. Do watch them. If you can employ these 4 opponent powers, you can eliminate the karmic obstacles of your many lifetimes and repay the debts to your karmic creditors of many lifetimes. Such a method can cleanse your evil karma thoroughly, correct your nature of mind, and completely rearrange your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. Such a method is fast and has a high success rate. This method can be said to be the king of repentance and confession of sins. It is regarded as the best and most powerful method by all 4 sects of esoteric Buddhism. However, you must be extra careful about one thing. I must give you this piece of advice very solemnly. Some people teach the practice of Vajrasattva to remove obstacles on the internet, but the teaching is incorrect. You must not learn it. Some even produce cartoon animations drawn in great detail. But half of them are wrong. If you learn by following them, you will get into trouble. What kind of trouble? Some of their techniques that teach you how to run your channels, breaths, and wisdom drops are all wrong. They will make you lopsided and withered. So, do not learn from them. Being lopsided and withered means that some of your channels, breaths, and wisdom drops are blocked, which will cause you to lose some of the functions. It might not be a big deal, as it is just something that goes wrong with the body, but in certain situations, it might even cause some blockages in your compassion. Some of their contents are wrong. You must not visualize by following them. Some things are missing in them, and their oral pith instructions are all wrong. If you do not have a formal and qualified guru to teach you, there is no way you can correct half of the mistakes, because it is too abstruse. No matter how hard you try, you will never figure out where the mistakes are. Because you have not really practiced this Dharma method, and neither are you a guru, who will know what the tricks are, or what the oral pith instructions are. If you do not really know the oral pith instructions on how to practice it, you will not know where the mistakes are. But gurus like us, who are experienced in real practices, and know where the oral pith instructions and the key points are, will be able to spot the mistakes at a glance. So, when I saw their cartoon animations, I instantly knew that there were mistakes here and there. So, we know that if those gurus taught like this, and since these cartoon animations were produced by some people as taught by one guru, it means even the guru had taught it wrongly. So, if some gurus teach the method incorrectly, and you follow their online teachings to practice, you will get into trouble. Great trouble. It is not a trivial matter, but huge trouble. If I were to point out in detail what is wrong with it, it would be the same as teaching you the method. But I cannot tell you. In other words, I can only tell you that this is extremely dangerous. So, do not learn from them. Next is the azimuth and distance in terms of being near or far. How will your Dharma practice method rearrange your azimuth and distance in terms of being near or far? You are so far away from the Buddha, and you are in different azimuths. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and Buddha Amitabha are in the west. Where will you drift to in the future after death? To the east, south, west, or north? Will you head to the west if you keep thinking about the west? No. It is your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio that determines where your karma will go. Then, what if I drift too far away? Therefore, if your Dharma practice method only involves a single object, or a single azimuth, then the failure rate will be high. And it will be slow, too. What kind of method, for example? You only request help from one Buddha, or Bodhisattva. You only request help from Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, or Buddha Amitabha, but they are in the west. Our entire 360 degrees are divided into east, south, west, and north. Buddha Amitabha and Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara are in the west. The white point is where your mental consciousness will drift to when you die. Say you have drifted to the east. Wow, that will be very far away. How do we resolve the distance issue of being near or far using a Dharma practice method? And how do we solve the issue of azimuth? Can I go to the west directly? Can I go to the west instantly and get to the Pure Land directly to see Buddha Amitabha? Surely, this is the safest way. Exoteric Buddhism practitioners often use some simple methods, so their failure rates are high. What methods does esoteric Buddhism use? Omnidirectional methods. What does it mean by an omnidirectional method? It has to establish connections with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, as well as Dharma protectors. Why Dharma protectors? There will be tons of karmic creditors going after us when we die. We need bodyguards to keep us safe. We cannot allow all our karmic creditors to come after us and take us away. Otherwise, how are we still supposed to practice the Dharma to go to the Buddha's pure lands by ourselves? That is why we need Dharma protectors. We need to establish connections with all three to ask for their help. We also need to work with azimuth and distance in terms of being near or far. How do we work with them? For example, all our connections, offerings, and visualization practices are established while we are still alive, and they cover all 10 directions and all 360 degrees. So, how can we make it 360 degrees? One example is the Dharma practice in esoteric Buddhism called the Dharma practice of the 100 peaceful and wrathful deities. Peaceful refers to those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas with beautiful, kind, and peaceful appearances. Peaceful means they look gentle and quiet. Wrathful refers to those with ferocious looks, who are good at fighting, with many arms and plenty of weapons, mainly to deal with all karmic creditors, or those from the demonic realm coming to capture us after we die and enter the spiritual realm. They are responsible for protecting me. So, their appearances are fierce. Their looks can scare off those people without fighting. So, this Dharma practice method involves 100 deities. There are 100 deities, not only one. Can you only visualize Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara? No. The 100 peaceful and wrathful deities already include Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, as well as Buddha Amitabha. All Buddhas in different directions in the east, south, west, and north are also included. Whichever direction your mental consciousness drifts to after death, there will always be Buddhas and Bodhisattvas coming to save you. Why? Because you have already made offerings to and visualized all of them when you are alive. Not only have you used your body to worship them, but you have also used your speech to recite their mantras to establish connections with them, and you have even used your mind to visualize them to connect with them. And you have made offerings to them as well. Are you aware that the three realms operate the law of causes and effects? You will get whatever effects from whatever causes you have planted. You reap what you sow. You have already made offerings to and established connections with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in all 10 directions when you are alive. That is, after you die, no matter what place you drift to, you will have a rescuer there. There already exists a cause and a condition. You have planted a cause and a condition by making a request to them. The cause and condition of your connecting with them by respecting and believing in them already exists. It will definitely be easier for you to be saved. No matter which direction you drift to, in any place of 360 degrees, there will be a rescuer coming to save you. So, we need to practice such methods, so that they can assist us in dealing with karmic creditors from all 10 directions after we die. This way, we can also accumulate the virtuous merits of connecting with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of all 10 directions. In advance, we can reserve the Sambhara, namely virtuous merits, or accumulation by practice of all 10 directions. This is because we are practicing this Dharma method according to the law of causes and effects. This method is established in compliance with the law of causes and effects. So, it is very powerful. You also need to learn to visualize the rescue program associated with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of all 10 directions, because we need to ask for help. Or even, before waiting for them to come to save us, we can go to the Buddha's pure lands by ourselves. Thus, it requires a program, a visualization program. There needs to be a procedure, step 1, step 2, step 3, etc. You must learn it and undergo the training while alive to know how to run it. You will not understand it by simply listening to what I say. You need to learn it by yourself, know all the steps, and get trained to understand it. It is impossible for you to understand it by yourself for no reason. That is, you need to practice the holy Dharma. All these belong to omnidirectional rescue, as if prescribing the right medicine for the right disease. It is not just one single direction, or one single distance. That is, when you choose a Dharma practice method, please choose some comprehensive methods that are omnidirectional, short distance, direct, and simple. In terms of structure and intrinsic awareness, there is also a distance between us and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. How can we rearrange it? If you do not rearrange it, you will only learn Dharma practice methods involving just a single desire realm structure. What is the desire realm structure? It means that the density of your physical structure is very high. Even among the realm of heavens, there are some low-level heavenly realms, which are the heavens of the desire realm. They still have a lot of desires. Therefore, their physical structures have some other material substances in addition to light. As such, the density of their physical structures is high. How do you choose a method for your visualization practice? Choose better ones. Nonetheless, suppose you choose to visualize the physical images of some Buddha's appearances, like looking at the pictures of Buddha Amitabha. Buddha Amitabha has 3 kinds of bodies: low level, medium level, and high level. The Nirmanakaya form has a heavy physical structure. The Sambhogakaya form is made up of light entirely and capable of going to high-level heavenly realms. The Dharmakaya form is able to enter the state of oneness of the Dharma realm to attain Buddhahood directly. Buddha Amitabha has 3 appearances. Which one are you visualizing now? Your current Dharma practice method is to visualize. If you say, I have no idea. I only look at the picture to see what Buddha Amitabha's head, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose look like. They all look solid-like. Next, I also look at what clothes he is wearing and how he is seated. If you make your visualization very solid, as if visualizing a real entity, a person's appearance, or a physical substance, the highest level you can go to is the heavens of the desire realm. This is because the Dharma practice method you chose during the regular training already involved the visualization practice, carried out in a state of an extremely high density of material structure. This is how you visualized it at that time. You reap what you sow, so you will definitely go there in the future. But you must score the highest 100% to be able to get there. You cannot go there if you only score 50%. This means that if the methods you choose enable you to go to a particular place once you score 100%, yet still allow you to get to some other good places even with a score of 80% or 50%, these are considered good methods. If your chosen method only allows you to go to a place by scoring 100%, and you cannot get there with a score of 50% while not knowing where you will fall to, that will be terrible. This is called a limited Dharma practice method, restricting one to some low-level heavenly realms. Exoteric Buddhism practitioners are fond of using these methods. Do esoteric Buddhism, or some other sects use better methods? I can tell you what a good method is. When choosing Dharma practice methods, do not choose them based on what sect it is or be restricted by any sect. Just choose a Dharma practice method based on their contents to determine which one is the best. This practice method is that you have to use some ways to narrow down the distances in terms of structures and intrinsic awareness between you and the three aspects, or forms of different levels of a Buddha, that is, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. How do we narrow down the distances? For example, in terms of establishing connections, making offerings, and performing visualizations, you have to focus on all three forms of a Buddha. Only a Buddha has the Dharmakaya form, a Bodhisattva does not have one. A Buddha has Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. I am now talking about Buddhas, not Bodhisattvas, who have yet to attain Buddhahood and are still in the process of the Dharma practice, although they have stronger abilities than ours. They are called Bodhisattvas, for they have made a wish to save sentient beings. We are now talking about Buddhas, and we must visualize all of their three appearances. How do we visualize them? Do we only visualize by holding their pictures? Of course not. There is a technique. In esoteric Buddhism, there are the generation stage and the completion stage, which were explained earlier. They require one to work with all three aspects of Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya in order to establish connections, make offerings, and perform visualization. It is not only to visualize an entity as solid as the Nirmanakaya, the Sambhogakaya also needs to be visualized. How do we visualize the Sambhogakaya? The Sambhogakaya is undoubtedly just a body made up of light, not material substances with high density. These, of course, will be taught in the future when you get to that level in your Dharma practice. All these can help us deal with how to work with our Dharma practices according to the changes in our minds. This is because we will encounter certain scenes of Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya when we die. You will be able to recognize them if you have practiced these methods when you are alive. You will be able to recognize the state you encounter after you die. Then you will know how to make use of this state. This way, regardless of whether you wish to attain Buddhahood, be liberated from the cycle of karmic existence, or be reborn in Buddha's pure lands, you will have many more options. Therefore, even for the accumulation of virtuous merits, your merits will only be great, perfect, and complete if you cover and work with all three aspects of Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. Why does this Dharma practice method require us to work with these aspects like this? It is in accordance with the law of causes and effects, because the three realms operate the law of causes and effects. You reap what you sow. While selecting a Dharma practice method, you need to ensure that the method contains all these elements. Otherwise, you will not get the results you wish for in the future. You will definitely not get to the high-level heavenly realms, and you might not even go to the low-level ones, because you must score 100% to go there. So, you might end up reborn in the human realm based on your karma, without knowing how many virtuous rewards there would be. So, we must choose our methods. The distance in terms of time, can your Dharma practice method rearrange some time? Are you being passive or active? Are you waiting for Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to save you? Or are you heading to the Buddha's pure lands by yourself without waiting for them to come to save you? Is there a long waiting period needed? Do you know that the longer the waiting period, the higher the danger is? Your karmic creditors will come to catch you. Exoteric Buddhism often uses these methods. You must choose some active Dharma practice methods that enable you to go to the Buddha's pure lands directly by yourself to avoid being caught by your karmic creditors, or pulled by karma into reincarnation while waiting for Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to save you. For example, the practice of the generation stage of esoteric Buddhism, as explained earlier, requires you to work with the practices of establishing connections, making offerings, and performing visualizations in relation to some Buddhas Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya. Specializing in the practice of Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya, in fact, can help you go to the Buddha's pure lands more easily. Of course, you need to work with the precepts and your nature of mind. It can assist you in dealing with different changes of your mind after death. Whether it is a low-level or a high-level Buddha's Pure Land, you can go there. So, there are many more options. For those who barely know anything about Holy Dharma, or do not practice it even if they have time, you can only teach them some very slow methods with high failure rates when they are about to die. For example, you can only teach them to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha or Namo Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. It is impossible for you to teach them how to visualize on their deathbeds, because visualization practice needs to be learned gradually. Some people have practiced visualization for years before they can have stronger visualization abilities to visualize Buddha Amitabha quickly. Otherwise, they need to build up their visualization abilities gradually. Therefore, even for my relatives, if they are unwilling to practice the Holy Dharma, some of my relatives would not practice it, no matter how hard you try to persuade them. Instead, they would accuse you of being superstitious, even though they could not substantiate that. Because they have never heard of the truths, and neither are they willing to come to listen. Whilst some of my relatives were reluctant to come to listen to the Holy Dharma, they still asked me, "What would happen when I die? Would you be able to help me?" I could not say no, because I would be able to help them more or less. Nevertheless, all I can offer are just ancillary conditions, not the main causes. No matter what, I must also give them some main causes, even if there are only a few. If you do not give them any, they will have none, but can only rely on ancillary conditions. If that is the case, I will have to search in their karmic portfolio in the future to see if there is anything that can help them. What if I could not find any? So, for sure I would have to try my best to encourage them, or even coax them. Even if you are unwilling to learn and practice the Holy Dharma, you have to plant some virtuous causes and do some good deeds, so that I will have some ability to save you in the future. You can't depend on me alone. The truth is that I have very limited abilities. Even the Buddha had limited abilities in saving his compatriots, let alone me. I taught them this way: you can recite Namo Buddha Amitabha. You can also recite Namo Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is very good and compassionate. Everyone knows her. If you are not fond of Buddha Amitabha, you can also recite Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. That was how I encouraged them to recite the holy names. Suppose someone refuses to recite even when they are about to die, since everyone will be frightened at the moment of death. They will be terrified and reluctant to leave their families while resenting why they must die. Why am I going to die? Why me? They are scared of what would happen after death. But they refuse to learn while alive. Under the circumstances, you can only find people to provide chanting assistance for them. What can they help to chant? Namo Buddha Amitabha. You have to teach the person how to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha before they die. This is the simplest method, but the failure rate is high. If you know how to practice the Holy Dharma yourself and know some other better methods, such as the practice of Dharma for the deceased, you can help them in terms of the ancillary conditions. That is already good enough, far better than without any ancillary conditions. But that is all you can do. Suppose you cannot persuade them to practice the Holy Dharma to make them succeed using their own main causes, that is, to visualize and head to the Buddha's Pure Lands directly by themselves. If you are unable to teach them to use the methods of main causes, you can only use these methods of ancillary conditions to help your relatives. However, there is one thing that I think is a great shame. Some people are willing to take the time to practice the Holy Dharma and are eager to practice it all their lives. Some are even willing to be ordained as a monk or nun to practice the Holy Dharma, which is not an easy decision. That is, they are willing to devote their whole lives to practicing the Holy Dharma as a monk or nun, but the methods they choose are the slowest ones with the highest failure rates. They only recite Namo Buddha Amitabha, study Buddhist sutras, and listen to the explanations on sutras. There is no practical way to train the abilities of their minds, that is, their speed of mind and visualization abilities. It is far from good enough, as the power of the main cause is too weak. It is a great shame, I feel. A person is willing to become a monk or nun, but chooses the wrong method, which causes them to have such an unfortunate result, and they would not know how many lifetimes it will take for them to be successful in their Dharma practices. So, I will feel really sorry for these people. They are very miserable. If someone is really willing to take the time to practice the holy Dharma, and does not choose a method with high success rates, I think it is a great pity. It can be said that they are deceived, because many people like to deceive others. They would say, there is no need to learn so many methods. You just need to recite Buddha Amitabha's holy name. There is no need to learn anything else. It's simple and straightforward, and you can already go to the Buddha's pure land. They would reassure you, you're guaranteed to go there. You're guaranteed to get there. They keep saying this dozens of times. But how could they guarantee you? Do they guarantee success by using the truths told at the analytical level and analyzing the sutras for you? That is not what the sutras say. The sutras clearly state that you would require a high mental concentration, without any disturbance of thoughts and inversion of the mind, which must be sustained for 1 to 7 days. However, that sentence in the sutra has been hidden without any emphasis. And they keep deceiving people that it is enough to just recite Namo Buddha Amitabha. And they twisted some of the details stated clearly in the sutras. For instance, the sutras state that one has to contemplate or visualize. However, they changed the word to recite and told people that it was enough to recite with their mouths without any visualization. When you are dead, you cannot make a sound. How can you still possibly use your vocal cords to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha? It is impossible. That is how they deceive people every day. So, I feel that these sentient beings are miserable, being deceived by others every day. When I tell you the truth, I will analyze it in great detail, so you can understand it with common sense. What I am analyzing for you now is true. You can look it up in the sutras, if you do not believe in me. It is said by the sutras, not by me. But why do you not believe in the sutras, but what those people said? Because those people preached it really well. They said, as you know, how can we have so much time to learn Buddhist holy Dharma? We have to look after our wife and children. Even those monks and nuns were deceived this way, do nothing else. Just focus on reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha. All in all, it's enough to go deep into one method. To go deep into one method means to rely on a single method that is neither comprehensive nor perfect, which they claim to be exceptionally powerful. Then they said, there were many success stories of people who made it after passing away. Again, these were all deceptions. How did you prove that they were successful? All these claims were fishy. So, what must we pay attention to when choosing a method? Firstly, keep in mind that the method you choose must have all 3 elements. Suppose you only recite Namo Amitabha without complementing it with precepts, meditational power, and wisdom. As said in the previous sessions, the effects will depend on the percentage of these elements you have. As these have been explained before, I will not repeat them here. In short, you have to remember that you must act in concert with these 3 elements. Otherwise, you will lose balance. Secondly, your method must be able to resolve the distances at different levels, such as the distance in terms of meditational power, which you must be able to tackle. You need to be able to iron out the physical distances in terms of the actual azimuths, or being near or far. You also need to be able to deal with the distances in terms of intrinsic awareness, and the level of clarity of the nature of the mind. As the method I described earlier, your method must be able to solve all these problems. Reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha alone cannot solve these problems. If all these cannot be solved, how can you be successful? So, the failure rate is high. If you must, against my advice, choose the simplest method rather than the practical and effective method, your failure rate will be high. Thirdly, you must have clear yet correct knowledge and views. You must read sutras and listen to Dharma teachings, so that you will not be deceived by others. They can say anything, but you must ask them to give justifications. Show me the sutras that say one can succeed just by reciting Buddha's holy name several times. It is impossible. This is deceiving people. You can be easily biased unless you have sufficient knowledge and views to distinguish these methods. Fourthly, the Dharma practice method must be detailed enough to be analyzed and have provable effects in real practices. There will be certain signs if you follow the method to practice. You must know what these signs are and whether they will appear. If you do not choose your Dharma practice methods according to this criterion, your failure rate will be very high. So, when choosing a method, even if you choose the right method, you still need to put it into real practice. There will be different results depending on the percentage you achieve in your Dharma practice. This can affect your success rate, which you need to pay attention to. Fifthly, our Dharma practice method must allow us to rearrange our virtuous and evil karmic portfolio. If not, your failure rate will be high. If all your virtuous karmas only appear later, while all the evil karmas that will make you fall into hell come first, you will surely fall into hell after death. If you are unable to move part of your virtuous karma to the front to enable yourself to go to the realm of heavens to continue your Dharma practice, such a practice method is considered a failure. Your practice method must be able to rearrange your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, so that you will stand a chance of being saved. As you know, there are double rounds of causes and effects in the 3 times. Our fates have been set. If you do not look for some ways of rearranging them, and if bad luck is all you have in this life, or you might be enjoying your life very much now, but will have all the evil karmas appear when you die, then you will definitely fall into hell. You must know how to bring some virtuous karma up to the front, so you can get to the realm of heavens when you die. So, this virtuous and evil karmic portfolio is what we must pay attention to. Sixthly, the Dharma practice method you choose must be consistent with the law of causes and effects. Do not listen to others talking nonsense and telling you to ignore your karmic creditors. The fact is that your karmic creditors will all come after you when you die. You must deal with them with a method following the law of causes and effects. Otherwise, your failure rate will be very high. You must understand how the law of causes and effects works. A huge cause brings a quick fruit. And you can actually rearrange your virtuous and evil karmic portfolio with the power of your Dharma practice. You must know these operating principles of the law of causes and effects. But I can tell you that these Dharma practice methods, for the time being, can only be found in esoteric Buddhism. Exoteric Buddhism practitioners really needs to catch up, as they do not have these practice methods. If you say, okay, I will practice esoteric Buddhism then you must be cautious if you practice esoteric Buddhism. Listen carefully to the following matters. You must be extra careful. Firstly, your first step of establishing the initial connection must not go wrong. If you choose the wrong guru and establish the wrong connection, it will take a lot of effort to cut off this relationship later. Also, you need someone to teach you how to cut it off. Otherwise, whatever you do afterwards will be in vain. You will only make things worse. For example, if you make a mistake in selecting the guru, I can tell you that you will be doomed beyond redemption eternally. In terms of Dharma practice, the esoteric Buddhism practitioners have great respect for their gurus. So, there have been many cases where disciples were turned into sex slaves, abused and beaten up. Why? It is because someone takes advantage of your respect for gurus and use some so-called Buddhist holy dharma to deceive you for money and sex. It is very miserable. So, you must not choose these so-called gurus, or you will get into serious troubles. Furthermore, I received some complaints before and tried to assist in dealing with these complaints. I actually wanted to change these phenomena to save esoteric Buddhism, as well as these sentient beings. As a result, I was taught a lesson, which was a great price we paid. But I do not wish to talk more. But what lesson did they teach us? I got some answers from what they said to me. I wanted to save these people and save Buddhism. Those people said, these people complained that they were sexually and physically abused. It was all because they admired their gurus. What has it got to do with others? We didn't abuse them sexually. They did it themselves out of admiration for their gurus. What is this called? Using lame arguments to distort the truth. In fact, lots of victims have been threatened. These so-called gurus will threaten them and say, there are many Dharma practices in esoteric Buddhism. If you dare to tell anyone the truth that I abused you sexually, I will make you fall into hell after you die. I'll make you bitten by insects every night during sleep. The victims will be too frightened to say anything. Some people risked their lives to tell the truth, but they received threatening calls every day, saying, I'm going to practice this Dharma method now, and then I'll practice that Dharma method next. As you know, it was a lot of psychological pressure. That is why you will see some complainants saying on YouTube, do you know how miserable I am? In order to expose that Rinpoche, who sexually abused and harmed a large number of disciples, do you know how much pressure I have to endure? I fear every day that I will lose my life. I wake up from nightmares every night. I'm harassed by others every day, saying what I've done is wrong and that I shouldn't have offended the guru. Because I offended the guru, they said I would receive my karmic retributions. They said that I had slandered the guru, which was the same as slandering monks, or even worse than that. So I would fall into Vajra hell, or this, or that hell after death. I'm extremely terrified. You will see the tragic situations written by the complainants, and you will also see how miserable they are from the details described by them on YouTube, or the internet. Previously, I mentioned the scandal of Sogyal Rinpoche in the first episode of this Compassion series. The damage he has done in the West is enormous, because he has hundreds of Dharma centers around the world. You can imagine how many people he has harmed. So many people were sexually assaulted and physically abused by him. It was very tragic. In fact, I received these complaints a long time ago, and I tried to change this phenomenon many years ago. But I would be taught a lesson by others. In short, I really want to save these people. Although I was told off by others, I still feel that if I come out to propagate the Holy Dharma, I must try my best efforts. Do you know how much effort I have put into this? Just look at how many words I write for each lecture, and you will know the efforts I have made. I also need to learn how to make each lecture slide. I made all these. If I have used such a great effort to propagate the Holy Dharma, yet I could not correct these wrong things, then what do I propagate the Holy Dharma for? If I saw such a large number of people suffering, but said nothing, why should I continue propagating the Holy Dharma? In the face of Tibetan Buddhism being turned upside down and all these wicked phenomena, yet I was not brave enough to put things right. Then why am I still propagating the Holy Dharma? I feel that this is a waste of my energy and effort. It is better not to propagate the Holy Dharma. I might as well practice the Holy Dharma by myself while enjoying a quiet and peaceful life. There is no need for me to suffer from these hardships at all. But why do I insist on suffering from these hardships under enormous pressure? Do you know that I need to analyze everything in great detail, and look into many sutras to explain to you? Why do I want to suffer from all these hardships? There is only one reason, actually. I want to save more sentient beings. Because if I do nothing, no one else will. There will be no one who dares to come forward and speak out. Anyone who dares to do so would be threatened. In short, I will always speak out if these people continue to harm sentient beings. These are the reasons why I must withstand these pressures. I will continue speaking out. I have been doing so since many years ago, to let more people know and understand how serious it is to choose a guru. If you choose the wrong guru, you will suffer for many lifetimes. Not only one, but many lifetimes. These so-called gurus will argue with us and claim, the guru isn't a monk. He has the right to accept offerings from disciples, including their bodies. If they do, he can accept it. This does not mean that you have the right to sexually assault them or use violence. This is called barbaric distortions of the facts. I knew some of the cases involved violence and belonged to real sexual assaults. They all used the power of some gurus to suppress, deceive, and intimidate disciples, many of whom were angry but dared not speak out. So, many of them continued being suppressed. Once you have received those gurus' empowerments and sought refuge from them, they will say you cannot leave them, or you will fall into hell. The gurus will keep intimidating and controlling their disciples. So, this phenomenon is something that must be corrected. This is definitely wrong. It does not matter if you are an ordained monk or not. It is wrong for you to use the guru's authority to suppress disciples in this way. They also countered what I said this way. Such a way of making offerings can help disciples achieve success quickly. Again, this does not mean that you have the right to sexually assault or involve violence. Some disciples were brutally beaten, and their whole body was disabled. Can such dedication help disciples achieve success quickly? It is simply deceiving others. Their minds were severely traumatized. How can their intrinsic awareness still be aroused? The whole purpose of our Dharma practice is to arouse our intrinsic awareness. What does Buddha mean? Buddha means intrinsic awareness, which requires an ability of enlightenment. You beat them up every day and sexually assault them. Then you claim this can help them achieve quick success. This is ridiculous. They said many Buddhist sutras state, you ought to make offerings to your gurus. Whether it is your life, property, or assets, you need to offer to your guru. You have to know what the Buddhist sutras say, is that you need to make offerings to virtuous teachers. What are virtuous teachers? They are someone who can really help you and teach you. Those are the virtuous teachers to whom you can make offerings. Those who abuse you physically and sexually are called evil teachers. Gurus and virtuous teachers, the sutras do not say gurus, the sutras say virtuous teachers, to whom you need to make offerings. Virtuous teachers are those who can really help you to become virtuous. You may say, making offerings to gurus will bring immeasurable virtuous merits. But the sutras only say making offerings to virtuous teachers will bring immeasurable virtuous merits. Of course, virtuous teachers could become your gurus. But if your guru is not a virtuous teacher, it means they cannot be a guru. If you make offerings to them, you will only encourage them to harm more people. And you will thus plant evil karma and fall into hell. You will have to go to hell even after being abused because you encourage them to harm others. What should you do, then? You have to report them by providing evidence, which needs to be authentic. You cannot make false accusations against them. Otherwise, you will have violated the precepts. So, we need to come up with real evidence and report them. You do not need to be afraid if they threaten you. They just rely on intimidation, so you do not need to worry. Some also said, practicing Kama Mudra, one of the esoteric practice methods, is a quick way to accomplishment. I can tell you now that this belongs to the teachings of Sambhogakaya Buddha. That is, you have first to be able to go to the heavens of the form realm, a very high level where the material structure is very sparse. And you have already practiced the holy Dharma to a very high standard, so high that you only lack the ability to combine yin and yang into one. You are still in a dualistic or multiplistic state, unable to enter into the state of oneness. You are only one step away. Only if that is the case that you may practice it. Where are we now? We are in the low-level human realm within the three realms. The human realm is at a low level. If you practice these methods, you will not be able to succeed. Why not? Is the Tantric Karma Mudra good or evil? I can tell you now. Karma Mudra, the practice of the Father-Mother Yab Yum in Tibetan Buddhism, describes a way of training the mind to an excellent and outstanding level, followed by practicing emptiness to enter into a very high level of emptiness. And then, with the aid of the human body, your body, and the feature of nature's yin and yang, you initiate the unification of your compassion and wisdom to enter into the great bliss without any attachment. It is to achieve a state of union of emptiness and bliss without any attachment. I know it would be difficult for you to comprehend, but I am telling you anyhow. This tells you one thing. The requirement of this practice method is very strict. Ordinary people can never succeed in practicing it. This is the teaching of Sambhogakaya Buddha. We are situated in the low-level desire realm within the three realms. It is impossible for us to succeed in practicing this method. So stop dreaming, please. Do not be deceived by others. They are all deceiving you. For anyone inexperienced in mind training and the practice of emptiness, practicing this method will only make them indulge in worldly desires, or even fall into the three lower realms, that is, the realms of hells, hungry ghosts and animals. Therefore, it is a highly dangerous practice. Although any desires should be transformed into an aid to Dharma practice by facing them, there is not 1 in 100 million people, not even 1 in 500 million people, who has succeeded in practicing this method. No one has ever succeeded. Stop dreaming. None of you can get to such a high level, so you should not be deceived by others. This method is actually being used by many people as a method to deceive others for money and sex, just like some people who often shave their heads and pretend to be a monk to beg for food, cheat, or deceive others for money and sex. I am not saying this method, or shaving your head, is bad in and of itself. Although there are people who shave their heads pretending to be a monk to deceive people, you cannot say that all monks who shave their heads are bad. You cannot say that. Some people do use this method to deceive others. But you cannot say that this method must be bad because of that. You cannot say that, either. All in all, you will not succeed in practicing it. In esoteric Buddhism, why is it called esoteric? Esoteric means to keep a secret. That is, you cannot practice this method if you have not got to a certain level. When someone has reached the level, they can reveal the secret to practice this method. All of you have not reached the level, so none of you can disclose the secret. Why do you in esoteric Buddhism still want to propagate this method, given that only very few can practice it? You should not preach it, rather, you should put it aside. Or when someone has reached that level, they will naturally have some Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to teach them if there is such a need. There is no such need. One should not practice it if there is no such need. So, why are you still preaching this method everywhere? These so-called gurus preach this method all the time and then say, as a guru, I can teach this method. When I teach this method, all female disciples have to engage in this act with me. This is wrong. This is deception, cheating those female disciples for money and sex. This is no good. It is corrupting the Buddhist holy Dharma. The fact is that there are some people who have their own agenda. As long as someone can speak Tibetan, as you know, they will be treated as a guru. But have they ever explained Buddhist holy Dharma to you? You cannot understand what they say without translation. Even with a translator, you are still unclear about what they say. It all depends on how good the translation is. But you already worship them as a tulku. Everyone kneels before them. This is exactly being deceived by others. You will treat any Tibetan who does not understand Buddhist holy Dharma as a guru if they put on the Dharma robes and Lama's clothes. This is because you have not been prudent to observe and judge things. Do you know what you should do when seeking refuge from a guru? Listen to them preaching Buddhist holy Dharma. You must listen to their Dharma teachings to a certain extent, until you know what they say is correct and you agree with their character, or the way their Dharma centers propagate the holy Dharma. You feel they have done nothing to destroy Buddhist holy Dharma and nothing evil. Only then can you take refuge from them, become their disciple, and learn from them. If you admire them without reason, I can't understand the Tibetan language he speaks, so he must be very powerful. I can't understand his Dharma teachings, either. So, those must be very powerful. If there is anything you cannot understand, you will say it is very powerful, for anything you can understand, you will say it is not powerful. How on earth do you all practice the holy Dharma? There seems to be something wrong with your intelligence level. Do not continue to be deceived by them. We will not comment on whether this method is right or wrong. I just want to say it is a matter of people's minds. It is your minds, the people's minds, that have a problem now. There is a black sheep in every flock. These situations are inevitable. There will always be someone who uses these methods to deceive others. In short, I am saying that our Dudjom Buddhist Association International will never teach these methods, and there will never be any such methods. If you want to learn them, do not come here. There are no such teachings here. If you come across any Tibetan Buddhist group, in fact, I know many of them are deceiving people. They do not teach Buddhist holy Dharma, and they only know how to confer empowerments, pretend, and perform some rituals to deceive you. They only say, I'm conferring empowerment to you now, and you have already been blessed. If you ask them to teach Buddhist holy Dharma, they can only say a few words, and that is it. They cannot explain it to you. Their knowledge of Buddhist holy Dharma is very limited. So, you must listen to their Dharma teachings. Do not believe in them just because they are Rinpoches with big titles. Many of them are actually deceiving you. So, you should not learn those teachings that are so superstitious. What is not superstitious? You must understand its underlying principles and the rationale behind it. There must be reasons for you to analyze. These are called non-superstitious. Anything that cannot be analyzed is deception, which is called superstition. If you go to other places and come across such teachings, you must refuse to learn and walk away immediately. Otherwise, you will put yourself in danger. Please stay away immediately from any guru who provides such teachings. How should you choose a guru or a teacher in Buddhist holy Dharma? You can refer to the website of our Dudjom Buddhist Association International, where you will see a question mark icon on the home page with the title of Q&A for doubts about Buddhist holy Dharma or esoteric Buddhism. The answers to many questions that you do not understand have already been provided there, such as the explanation I gave just now. In addition, you will see some articles or videos about the criteria and dangers of searching for a Dharma teacher, which I have explained before. You can watch them again. Next, they also refuted us in this way. They said, you don't even understand the truth in esoteric Buddhism, so you often oppose it. You say you're preaching the esoteric Buddhism, yet you oppose us esoteric Buddhism. We are not opposing esoteric Buddhism, we praise esoteric Buddhism as excellent. We are merely opposing those who victimize people in the name of esoteric Buddhism and making use of the guru's status. That is, we are condemning those liars. They attempt to suppress us with these words so that we would not oppose them. I feel that they are just like worms within the lion's body that resort to sophistry and distortion of the facts. The meaning of worms within the lion's body is that they are parasites residing in Buddhism while harming people. They also said, "You oppose us all the time. You will affect the propagation of the supreme teachings of esoteric Buddhism." How so? Our intention is to rectify esoteric Buddhism by correcting those incorrect practices. This is precisely to help esoteric Buddhism save people correctly. Why do you need to cover up? What is wrong is wrong. And you must correct the mistakes. If a guru violates a major precept, you should expose the guru for the major violation and tell others not to follow them anymore. But why would they not do this? Actually, before we first came out to propagate the Holy Dharma, there was a Rinpoche who had lived in our house for 1.5 months. He was grateful for our hospitality to let him live with us for several months, because we treated him well. In order to thank us for our offerings to him, he gave us some farewell words as a gift. "If you would like to preach the Holy Dharma in the future." Because we had told him that we would come out to propagate the Holy Dharma. He said, "If you'd like to come out to preach the Holy Dharma in the future, you must remember my words. If you see anything you think is wrong, you must not speak out." I asked him why. He said, "You must keep quiet. Do you know it's a gigantic interest group? Do you know that they have so many families, and they will not expose the fault of the others whenever they see it? Everyone will just keep quiet and say nothing. They'll just go with the flow and let things take their course. Then, everything will be fine, and the same things will continue. So, you must not speak out." I asked what would happen if I spoke out. He said, "You will be isolated if you speak out. You cannot fight against them. You will definitely be isolated." He answered me this way. I did not reply to him. I did not say to this Rinpoche what I would do. I did not answer whether I would speak out or keep silent, since everything depends on causes and conditions. Speaking out or staying silent will also depend on the causes and conditions. How can you still stay silent if there is a terrible cause and condition, such as the Sojal scandal? With so many victims worldwide, how can you still not speak out? The damage done was so severe. How can you not speak out? Are you still qualified to be someone's guru? Are you still qualified to propagate esoteric Buddhism? Will esoteric Buddhism not be turned into a cult if it is messed around like this? Of course, someone needs to speak out. We have to speak out whenever someone pretends to be a monk to deceive people. It will not affect the propagation of exoteric Buddhism. The same goes for esoteric Buddhism. You expose them so that they can no longer deceive others. How can this affect the propagation of esoteric Buddhism? So, we want to make it clear now. If you tell me a reason that what we are doing now will affect the propagation of esoteric Buddhism, you are distorting the truth. I feel that you are resorting to sophistry. Well, what else do we need to be careful about apart from choosing the guru? We ought to be careful in selecting the training of our nature of mind. If your nature of mind is poor, you will only increase the speed of falling into lower rebirths regardless of your Dharma practice method, how powerful it is, and how good the visualization program is. More haste, less speed. It is of no use. But if you only rely on mind training without advancing and deepening your Dharma practice, it will not work either. For example, there are some Dharma practice methods of removing obstacles and increasing virtuous merits, the generation stage for the practice of sadhanas on deities, and the completion stage for the cultivation of emptiness. None of these are literal teachings, unlike the Diamond Sutra, which only provides literal explanation without practical training. In fact, there are practical trainings in esoteric Buddhism. There are. So, esoteric Buddhism is a very good religious sect that teaches people how to practice the Holy Dharma. If the exoteric Buddhism practitioners pick up the pace and catch up, and if they are willing to learn and acquire these Dharma practice methods of visualization using the mind, exoteric Buddhism can be merged with esoteric Buddhism. But if they cannot do that, then there will still be lots of gaps between them. Why? It is because there are too many things the exoteric Buddhism practitioners do not know. There is no way they can get to this position where esoteric Buddhism practitioners can. However, there are many esoteric Buddhism practitioners who use these methods to deceive others. So, you must choose carefully. You must learn all these methods. If you only rely on mind training, you will not be able to fight against karma, and will fall into lower rebirths. Moreover, remember one more thing. The point is that you must not be connected with anything that involves the demonic realm, ghosts and spirits, such as the Surangama Sutra. The Surangama Samadhi Sutra was first translated by Master Kumarajiva in the era of Yao Qin dynasty, more than 200 years earlier than the Tang dynasty. The content of this sutra is completely different from that of Surangama Sutra. But the two sutras were later mixed up by people. How so? In the Tang dynasty, about 200 years later, there was a sutra called the Surangama Sutra. Whenever mentioning the Surangama Samadhi Sutra, people mistook it for the Surangama Sutra. The fact is that they are completely different. Surangama Samadhi Sutra was translated by Master Kumarajiva. The same confusion prevailed in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and many mistook the Surangama Samadhi Sutra for the Surangama Sutra. In fact, the title of Surangama Samadhi Sutra is a transliteration Sanskrit, Surangama Samadhi Sutra. The word Surangama means indestructible, or courageous conduct. The root sura means to grow, strong or brave. Samadhi means meditative concentration. What does the whole title Surangama Samadhi Sutra mean? It means the sutra on growing strong and indestructible meditational power. It is as simple as that. This sutra teaches you how to enter a meditative state and increase your meditational power. The sutra is, therefore, entitled Surangama Samadhi Sutra. Its content is totally different from that of the Surangama Sutra. However, people were later misled into thinking it was the same as the Surangama Sutra. The two are, in fact, different. I can tell you that the Sanskrit version of the Surangama Sutra never exists. There is no Surangama Sutra in Sanskrit. But why did the Surangama Sutra appear in later generations? Many have considered the Surangama Sutra apocrypha since it has never been officially listed in some of the catalogues of translated sutras. That is, its authenticity has been questioned for a long time. The long-lasting dispute has existed for more than 1,000 years as to whether it is a fabricated sutra. Buddhist scholars believe it was written by Chinese people during the Tang dynasty and claim to be a work from India. Many of the Surangama Sutra contents were copied from many different sutras, a little here and a little there. On top of that, some contents were tampered with a bit, with the addition of some Taoist jargons. Tripitaka Master Amoghavajra of the Tang dynasty translated Dharani of the light-emitting white parasol Siddharthapatra of the crown Ushnisha of all Tathagatas. Monk Jwalupa Tib Shizrab Dipal of Yuan dynasty translated Dharani of the great white parasol Buddhakarona. Junji of Yuan dynasty also translated Dharani of the great white parasol. Later, similar versions of Sutra on the Mantra and Dharani of the Great White Parasol were found in Dunhuang. Apart from these sutras, there is also the reciting essence on the Dharani of the Siddharthapatra on the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha, the most supreme and significant powerful Vajra with obstructionless Grand Dharma Center by Japanese katakana. The translator is unknown. The content of the mantras from these sutras, I have just mentioned, is very similar to that of the mantra of the Surangama Sutra. So, many people considered that the Surangama mantra was copied and modified from these sutras. So, the Surangama mantra you all recite now has been tampered with, not the original ones recorded in those official scriptures. It was copied from these scriptures at a later time. It would probably still be fine if it were copied 100% directly from the original ones. But it was modified a bit after copying, which is a big problem. It has been changed. The esoteric volume of the Japanese Taisho Tripitaka includes the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Dharma Methods, which is said to be 6 chapters copied from the Sutra on the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Wide Gathering Dharani and other esoteric scriptures. Much of its contents are similar to the Surangama mantra. In other words, the Surangama Sutra was copied from another copied scripture. It is a work of copying from here and there, which is why it became a copy from other copied works. The Sutra on the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Wide Gathering Dharani has been lost in China, but there are still some remnants of its texts kept in the Japanese Taisho Tripitaka. Many of the mantras in it are similar to the Surangama mantra. What does it mean by similar? It is not a work of 100% transcription. Some parts have been retained, while others have been modified. The same transcript was also found in Dunhuang. It is entitled The Ushnisha of the Great Buddha Shines Brightly with its great divine power that dissolves everything, the most significant golden wheel of Samadhi section of the King of Mantra Dharani Sutra, which is equivalent to the first chapter of the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Dharma Methods. The 7th chapter of the Surangama Sutra teaches people how to focus the mind, set up Dharma centers, and chant mantras to accumulate virtuous merits. These are all copied from the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Dharma Methods, which is why their contents are the same. However, there is no Surangama mantra in the Taisho Shinshu Tripitaka. But the Dunhuang version has the mantra of the Great White Parasol on the Great Buddha's Ushnisha, which is similar to the Surangama mantra, but the version is different. In other words, the Surangama mantra has also been modified after the transcription. According to the Sutra on the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Wide Gathering Dharani, it was preached by the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni in Akanistha, not to Venerable Ananda on earth. But according to the Surangama Sutra, the Lord Buddha preached it to Venerable Ananda on earth. Therefore, some scholars suspected that the 7th chapter of the Surangama Sutra was actually copied from the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Dharma Methods, or the Sutra on the Ushnisha of the Great Buddha's Wide Gathering Dharani. The Dharani on the blazing light of the Ushnisha of the Buddha with a summit meeting of Brahma and other deities, written by Master Jnanabhadra during Yuan dynasty, is included in the collection of works at Hoshoin Temple, Bodhi Ward, in Japanese Kyoto City. The content of the mantras was verified by a lay Buddhist named Guobin to be almost similar to the 5th chapter of the Surangama Sutra. It is just that the scriptures have different titles. In other words, the Surangama Sutra was copied from another scripture again. During the reign of the Emperor Gaozu of the Tang dynasty, when the Dunhuang manuscripts were unearthed, a Taoist priest named Liu Jinsi wrote a book called Tai Xian Jinyi Ben Ji Jing. His writing style is very similar to that of the Surangama Sutra. A scholar named Zhu Yongxi believed that part of the Surangama Sutra content was virtually copied from Tai Xian Jinyi Ben Ji Jing. That is, the Surangama Sutra was not only transcribed from Buddhist scriptures followed by modification, but also copied from the Taoist texts, hybridizing Buddhism and Taoism into one. When the Surangama Sutra was introduced into Tibet, it caused a great deal of controversy in the Tibetan Buddhism community. In the 14th century, although Bhutan Rinchen Drup included the Surangama Sutra in the Tripitaka catalogue, he also recorded at the same time that in the 10th century, Rumei in Tibet had already said that this sutra was not preached by the Buddha and considered it to be apocryphal and fake. In modern times, Liang Chichao, who you all know, believed that the Surangama Sutra basically stole lots of Taoist jargon and traditional Chinese thought. He thought it was, in fact, written by the Chinese. Lu Cheng was a very famous Buddhist scholar, and his attitude towards the Surangama Sutra was even more intense. His criticism of the Surangama Sutra was extremely fierce. After the Dunhuang documents were unearthed, the skepticism of this sutra in academic circles became even more acute. Various Buddhist scholars, as you see on the PowerPoint, have verified from different angles to confirm this sutra to be apocrypha. In fact, all of the above is a conclusion drawn from a comprehensive analysis of the actual historical documents, verification of their contents, and comparison of the contents of the sutras with their original Sanskrit versions and all relevant documents, including the data on the different times in which they appeared. The Surangama Sutra is fundamentally fabricated. But what about from a practical point of view? If you let this fabricated Surangama Sutra continue circulating, how deep and extensive will it cause harm to sentient beings and Dharma practitioners? If you have watched the 13th episode of the Visualization Practice of Compassion and Bodhisattva series, which is the previous lecture, you will know that I provided a real case to illustrate, which was very miserable. If you practice this fabricated sutra, the Surangama Sutra, you will be dragged into some vicious magnetic fields, and directly see all the most horrible scenes. This is great harm to sentient beings. But after I explained it, I received an email from a Dharma believer who said, "The example you explained was merely a case where the ghosts from the spiritual realm came to ask for help. It did not mean that your disciple was dragged into a vicious magnetic field." Perhaps he misunderstood what I said. I will make it clearer now. The biggest drawback of the Surangama Sutra is that it is connected to the demonic realm. Most of its contents are about the intrusion of demons, ghosts and spirits when we practice meditation and enter certain meditative states. The Surangama Sutra believes that the 5 aggregates I have explained before. The 5 aggregates are the aggregate of form Rupa Skanda, aggregate of sensations Vedana Skanda, aggregate of perceptions Samjna Skanda, aggregate of mental formation Samskara Skanda, and aggregate of consciousness Vijnana Skanda. That is, all the records of the behavioral formula and programming of all our past behaviors and thoughts will be stored in these 5 aggregates. To put it simply, all of our records, including the records of our every thought and notion arising, are stored here. According to the Surangama Sutra, there are 10 demons for each aggregate. It states that there are 50 demons altogether, called the 50 skanda demon states. As aggregate is translated from skanda in Sanskrit, you can call it the 50 aggregate demon states, or the 50 skanda demon states. According to the Heart Sutra, the 5 aggregates should be emptied. These 5 warehouses store databases of all our numerous past lives. The Heart Sutra says we need to empty all these 5 databases before we can attain Buddhahood, or enter a realm of no old age and death, as well as no ending of old age and death, to get rid of all sufferings. To achieve this, we need to rely on clearing the 5 aggregates. You can only make it by emptying these 5 databases. But now, this Surangama Sutra says that there are 50 demons called the 50 skanda demon states in the 5 aggregates. Please refer to the 7th episode of the Compassion series to listen to the explanations on the 5 aggregates, which I will not repeat now. But I will give an example. Why do I want to talk about it? It is because some argued that the Surangama Sutra is authentic. But I know this will get a lot of people into trouble, so I have to talk about it again, and in greater detail. The last lecture was not detailed enough, so I was refuted by others. Now I will explain it in more detail. Let me give you an example. According to this sutra, each aggregate has 10 demons. One of them is the aggregate of perceptions Samjna Skanda, the database of our thoughts and all our behavioral formula programming. How does the sutra describe it as having demons? And how can one get possessed? In chapters 9 to 12 of the Surangama Sutra, it is stated that also, the virtuous man noticed that in all Buddhist sutras, the Lord Buddha always said virtuous men or virtuous women, implying that men and women are equal and they can all practice the holy Dharma. But in this Surangama Sutra, if you read carefully, it only states virtuous man, without the mention of virtuous woman. Why? Of course, Society at that time valued men much more than women. This sutra is fabricated, and its authors, unlike the Lord Buddha, did not have the great ability of enlightenment to know that men and women are equal. However, the authors who created this apocrypha did not know. They only knew that men were the best while women were the worst and equal to inferior animals. Therefore, when they wrote this fake sutra, they made it so obviously fake that anyone could see it. Anyone with a level of intelligence will know that it is apocryphal. It only states virtuous man without the mention of virtuous woman. What is a woman? Not eligible to practice the holy Dharma. Well, if that is the case, they will not be possessed then. It says, also, the virtuous man, whose Vedana skandha becomes unreal and subtle. Vedana skandha is the aggregate that senses feelings. It is the aggregate of sensations, I have explained before. We have a database dedicated to storing our feelings, joy, wrath, sorrow, and happiness of our past countless lifetimes. In short, all the feelings, happiness or suffering, are stored in this database. It says that this database of feelings becomes unreal, meaning that if you sit for meditation to the point where the database seems to have disappeared, and you feel subtly, see a lot, and enter a delighted, wonderful state. That is, you have entered a certain state. Is untroubled by any deviant mental state. You will have no pain and be free of all the bad things, such as greed, hatred, ignorance, and anything that causes you lots of worries, mental heaviness and bondage. You will be untroubled by any deviant mental state. You will be free from all these things. An experience is perfect, bright concentration. Once you have entered this state, you will find yourself perfect, with excellent meditational power. You can even see lots of light shining. So, it says bright concentration. In Samadhi. What is Samadhi? The meditative state. It says that you are in a meditative state. While his mind craves to enter into nirvana. Suppose your mind still feels that you really want to enter into the Dharma realm. To enter into nirvana means to enter into the Dharma realm, the state of oneness, wishing to attain Buddhahood. He studies the nature of emanations. But you also like to study how you could emanate, or transform, into something in the future to merge into the Dharma realm, and how you could come out again, and connect with material substances, to transform back to the appearance of a human being or a Buddha. Suppose you would like to study the nature or methods of such emanation. As he greedily seeks for profound emptiness. You also crave the advanced meditational power of deep emptiness. What is it? It is about how to enter into the Dharma realm. At that time, a heavenly demon seizes the long-awaited opportunity. Once you have entered into a meditative state of such level, those heavenly demons, these refer to some demons residing in the Paranirmitavasavatin, one of the heavens of the desire realm. They are called the heavenly demons, and live in the heavens of the desire realm. It says here that a heavenly demon will grab this opportunity for its spirits to possess this person. Pay attention to this sentence. Only Taoism would say something like this. Buddhism never says such things. It says that for its spirits to possess this person, the demons will turn into a spirit and possess that person, and uses him as a mouthpiece to expound on sutras and holy Dharma. As a mouthpiece to expound on means preaching the sutras. This person, unaware that he is possessed by a demon. He is not aware of the fact that he has already been possessed. Then, he claims he has attained unsurpassed nirvana. The man starts talking rubbish, claiming that he has already entered into the Dharma realm and attained Buddhahood. I will omit the following paragraph. It says, this is an essence that was created during an eclipse of the sun or moon. It describes a phenomenon in which the two energies, that is, the energy of the solar eclipse and the energy of the lunar eclipse, mix and turn into an essence. Having fallen on gold, jade, and Ganoderma. So, the essence falls on and is nurtured in gold, jade, and Ganoderma, one type of rare fungus. A chelene, a phoenix, a tortoise, or a crane. Pay attention to these 4 words: chelene, phoenix, tortoise, and crane. The essence will gather in these places, such as gold, jade, Ganoderma, a chelene, a phoenix, a tortoise, or a crane, becoming a spirit. The essence endowed it with life, so it did not die for thousands or tens of thousands of years and eventually became a spirit. After thousands of years of nurturing, it will become a spirit. It was then born into this land. It is then born into this land and becomes a spirit. And in its old age has become a demon. The older those spirits get, the more likely they will become demons. It disturbs and confuses the person. The demon then goes to harass people by possessing their human bodies. But when it gets tired of doing so, when the demon gets tired of toying with the person, or when it has done enough harm to drive them crazy, in short, when the demon is fully satisfied with the damage it has done to the victim, it will leave. It will leave the victim's body. It will leave that person's body. Only then will the demon leave the body of this person. That is why many people say, "Wow, this sutra is awesome." It is a great Buddhist sutra. It teaches people how to meditate, what meditative state they can enter and get to, and in what state they must be careful about being possessed. So, they say this sutra is excellent and then call all the other sutras rubbish. Only this sutra is the most powerful and best. Of course, how can it not be excellent, given that it describes how one can get possessed? You must pay attention to my explanation as to why this sutra is fabricated. Chelene is an animal in ancient Chinese legends. Qi is the male beast, and Lin is the female beast. Together, they are called chelene. In ancient China, the chelene was used as a symbol of auspiciousness. You should have never seen one before. Some ancient Chinese people might have seen it once or twice. Nevertheless, it became a legend later as no one had ever seen it. It is listed as the 4 divinities together with the phoenix, the tortoise, and the dragon. Let us have a look at when Lord Buddha Shakyamuni spoke of the Sarangama Sutra. First, let us look at when Lord Buddha Shakyamuni was born. He lived from 565 BCE to 486 BCE. That is, he was born in year 24 of the reign period of King Zhao of Zhou in China, and he entered into Mahaparinirvana in year 52 of the reign period of King Mu of Zhou. Try to think about it. These animals, such as chelines, are unique to China. Only Taoists will use these as examples to describe people being possessed by demons, spirits, cultivation, and refinement of vital essence. The Lord Buddha was in India at that time, where there were no chelines. Why would he warn you to be careful of chelines for no reason, when preaching the holy Dharma? You must be careful. Those chelines will become spirits and possess your body to turn you into a demon. Why would he say something like that? The people had no idea about chelines and what they looked like. They did not know anything about chelines. Why would the Lord Buddha use them as an example for no reason? So, this one is obviously fabricated. Taoists, on the other hand, are very fond of saying things like this. So, in Buddhism introduced from India, there is a saying in the Tripitaka, Jiayu gave birth to Yinglong, Yinglong gave birth to Feng Huang. It is considered that Feng Huang Phoenix is a descendant of Yinglong, and suspected that Filong a flying dragon is Yinglong. However, the so-called Feng Huang and Yinglong mentioned here are actually all Chinese creatures, not Indian ones. These are the Indians themselves talking about Chinese creatures, which were added into the Buddhist sutras in the later period. So, they have been included in the Tripitaka, which is why it became as if India also had these creatures. But I am pretty sure that the Tripitaka never mentions about chelines. It is Feng Huang Phoenix that has been mentioned. Therefore, the reference to the phoenix in the Tripitaka is actually unfounded. This is not what the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni said at all. This is also proof that this sutra is fabricated. According to this sutra, the 5 aggregates, these 5 databases, have 50 demons in total. Whoa, there are so many names for these 50 demons. After mentioning the Chileen and the Phoenix, the sutra also talks about the mighty ghost and other so-and-so ghosts and demons. In short, there are 50 demons that go by various names, including all the bizarre and quirky ones. Well, the 5 aggregates are the 5 databases, which I have already explained. All the behavioral formulas and programming and behavioral history of our countless past lives are stored here. When we die, they will be released all at once. That is why you will hear the accounts of some people who had near-death experiences, NDEs, on the internet. You can type in NDE and find them immediately online. Some people who came back to life after death commented, I don't know why I suddenly saw a lot of things I used to do, as if watching a movie. Many screens appeared in front of me and kept playing. They showed all the things I did in the past. These are the phenomena that occur when we die, for our minds or our 5 databases will play all of these images, thereby impelling us to experience dramatic changes in our mood. For example, one of the scenes you might see is when you were once beaten. And so you would be outraged and furious. Your emotions would then be stirred up. What does the so-called demon mean? It is when our emotions are fiercely changed and entangled in any form, shape, or thought and thinking. In fact, all these will cause us to be trapped. If you keep thinking about the moment you were beaten, you will lose your mind sooner or later. If you refuse to get away from this scene, you will definitely go crazy. You will be so furious to the point of insanity. This will trigger the karma of our virtuous and evil karmic portfolio, and so the retributions. As a result, we will be reborn in some bad places. The worst situation lies in these emotions. When we have no physical body after death, and have only the 8th consciousness, or the soul as you call it, to which we refer as the 8th consciousness, that mental consciousness will be stirred up by emotions, thereby pulling out the karma. As a consequence, we will then take rebirth according to our karma. The problem is that you have a lot of greed, hatred, and ignorance at this moment, and so you will go to bad places. You will definitely fall into the 3 lower realms. So, this situation is extremely tragic. Hence, the Diamond Sutra has already reminded us, regardless of whether you are practicing the holy Dharma, entering a meditative state, or when you die, that is, suppose you are not a Dharma practitioner, but an ordinary person. Or suppose you are practicing the holy Dharma, or in a session of meditative concentration, or when you die, you will also be prone to these phenomena of emotional turbulence and unlimited release of information. Even when we are still alive, we occasionally recall some of our past memories, such as being cheated before. We might be angry and experience emotional turbulence for unknown reasons. What method does the Diamond Sutra teach you to deal with this emotional turmoil? Because these phenomena will definitely occur when you die, and these pieces of information will be released all at once. And you will undoubtedly get too emotional, because there may be 1,000 shots, or 1,000 clips playing simultaneously, all of which may cause your greed, hatred, and ignorance to be aroused. You have 1,000 negative energies of greed, hatred, and ignorance appearing together. How can you possibly endure it? You cannot stand even 1 clip. How can you possibly bear 1,000 clips? Your whole person will definitely go insane. When you go insane, you will definitely draw a lot of negative energies and be reborn into the realms of hells, hungry ghosts, and animals. So, what does the Diamond Sutra teach us? It states that if you wish to avoid these disasters, the oral pith instructions are should not abide anywhere, and do not abide in notions. You must not dwell on any image, any form and shape, or any thought. Please do not look at it and be obsessed watching it. I remember it. I was slapped by someone and furious on that day in that month of that year. If so, you are attached to it, and your focus is already there. As such, you will immediately be trapped and pulled down into lower rebirths. So, please be careful after death. Be careful when you are still alive, too. Do not let your own emotions stir up, for you might easily end up with a heart attack or a stroke. It is even a bigger issue after you die, because you will definitely see those shots, and you will see a lot of them all at once. That is why you must train in should not abide anywhere, and do not abide in notions. You must not be attached to anything. I'm aware of them, but I'll pretend I can't see them all. I'm going to focus on my Dharma practice now. I want to go to the Buddha's pure land. I want to see the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. Then you will be fine. This is the only way to avoid the disaster of reincarnation. Now you will realize the Diamond Sutra, the Heart Sutra, and the Great Perfection never use the word demon to describe these phenomena. But the Surangama Sutra describes how one can get possessed by demons, which is truly scary. Do you know that everything comes from the mind? We must not tell ourselves, explicitly or implicitly, in our minds or memory system that we may get possessed by demons. If you say that to yourself, you will get possessed in the future. When you die in the future, you will see 1,000 shots playing, all of which are your own extremely miserable experiences. As such, you will readily get possessed by demons. So, you must not tell yourself about these phenomena. Please watch the lecture video on Everything Comes from the Mind of our Dudjom Buddhist Association International for further explanation. Because if you mention these phenomena in the sutras, telling people that they may get possessed at any time, by making the phenomena visualizable, how are the phenomena made visualizable? The sutra describes them as becoming a Chiline spirit, a phoenix spirit, a tortoise spirit, or a Ganoderma spirit. All these are called being made visualizable. Then these people will always think, oh no. It turns out that there are Chiline spirits in this world. If I see a Chiline in a nightmare, the Chiline spirit will come to possess me. You will be scared to death. You are simply looking for something to scare yourself. Therefore, you will find that none of the Buddhist sutras is written like this. How are they written? They should be written like the Heart Sutra and the Diamond Sutra, and taught like the Great Perfection. How could a sutra be possibly written in such a way that will scare people to have nightmares every day? So, I have a disciple, not a disciple, but a Dharma believer. He has not taken refuge from us and is my disciple's husband. He has learned Buddhist holy Dharma for decades. He told me, after listening to the Surangama Sutra, I was scared to death by the 50 skandha demon states. I no longer dared to meditate. I would not sit for meditation anymore. It turns out that it is so dangerous to learn meditation. He said, they said that only one method is the safest. It is to recite Namo Buddha Amitabha. It is guaranteed to have no setbacks. I've only recited Namo Buddha Amitabha since then. This is my decision. I would never learn the Surangama Sutra. If we learn meditation, we will be possessed by demons as described in the Surangama Sutra. This is called scaring people to death. Not only that, but you will also see it when you die. You do not have to practice meditation to see it. It will connect the Dharma practitioners directly with the demons in their minds. As I have told you, you will connect with whatever you think about. The demonic realm does exist, just as the criminal underworld does. But does it mean that you must connect with them or go to provoke them? Of course not. It is best that you avoid them at all costs. What should we connect with? Buddha's pure lands. If you keep telling people they will get possessed, you will cause them to be connected with the demons in their minds. If you do this, they will really be possessed. Therefore, the Surangama Sutra is frightening. You must not read it, or follow it to practice the holy Dharma. Otherwise, you will definitely get into trouble. Hence, any sutras that describe these inappropriate phenomena of getting possessed are equivalent to setting a trap to harm sentient beings. Buddhist sutras would not have descriptions like this. If you see any sutra described this way, it is equivalent to setting a trap to harm sentient beings. Thus, the Sarangama Sutra is setting a trap to harm sentient beings. The Lord Buddha Shakyamuni would never say things like this. A significant amount of content in the Sarangama Sutra describes the phenomena of being possessed that are similar to Chinese Taoism. It sets up a pitfall for a large number of Dharma practitioners to follow in their practices, all of whom end up being possessed. This is a very tragic phenomenon. From year 618 to year 907 of the Tang dynasty, it has been over 1,000 years since countless sentient beings have fallen victim to this sutra. As a result, it has accumulated a great amount of grievances and evil karma. It makes any Dharma practitioner who follows it in practice, and those who recite this mantra directly connect with the vicious magnetic field and see some horrible scenes. They will undoubtedly enter and get trapped in these horrible scenes after they die, which is very miserable. It is because the Sarangama Sutra is a sutra of getting possessed. Remember my words, the Sarangama Sutra is a sutra of getting possessed. You must not read or study it. I talked about a real case in the previous lecture. A disciple of mine who recited the Sarangama mantra and studied the Sarangama Sutra ended up being dragged into a scene. One of the scenes she encountered was a serious industrial accident occurring in Hong Kong at that time. At the International Commerce Center ICC, 6 cleaners died tragically after falling from the 30th floor to the bottom of the 10th floor in a shaft where a lift had not yet been installed. At that time, she was dragged into that scene, watching down from the top of their heads. She looked directly at the 6 of them falling down and saw the most terrifying scene at that time. She completely felt the panic, helplessness, and horror at the scene. She said that she was so scared that her heart was in her mouth. She was terror-stricken. She struggled to pull herself out from that scene and tried very hard to open her eyes to wake herself up. She could not bear to continue watching, because it was too horrible. I can tell you that she would be in trouble if she did not try to pull herself out of this magnetic field. If she was already dead at that time and was dragged into that scene because of reading the Sarangama Sutra, I can tell you she would not be able to pull herself out. Because she has a physical body now, she could immediately leave the scene, go back into her physical body, open her eyes, and then she would be just fine. It is as if we have had a nightmare, and would be just fine after opening our eyes. But is there still a physical body for you as a refuge shelter after you die? You will be trapped there right away. So, we must not read the Sarangama Sutra. A Dharma believer refuted me, saying, "It is not like that." The 6 people who fell to the bottom of the building's shaft came to ask for help. Help for what? My disciple was scared to death, and could hardly escape herself. How could she still offer any help? She had not taken refuge from me at the time. She had been learning the Dharma and studied the Sarangama Sutra herself. She just read it herself every day, and she had already experienced such a serious thing. Try to think about it. If you were dragged into this, how could you possibly offer any help? What could you do if the 6 ghosts come to ask for your help to save them? You have not practiced the holy Dharma. Do you know how to save them? Can the Sarangama Sutra save them? The Sarangama Sutra only helps you to see how miserable they are, because it drags you into that vicious magnetic field. The Sarangama Sutra did not save these 6 people, nor did it save my disciple who was dragged into the scene. My disciple had not taken refuge from me and was not a disciple of mine at that time. After taking refuge, she no longer experiences such phenomena. But she was miserable at that time. This is not a phenomenon of spirits asking for help. Please stop refuting me. How can it be spirits asking for help? These are all phenomena in which the person concerned was directly connected to the vicious magnetic field and fell into emotions of panic, helplessness, and horror. Had she not fled the scene immediately, she would have been possessed easily. She would have fallen into a state of mental illness or schizophrenia due to her nervous system being disturbed and stimulated excessively. There might be other sequelae as well. So, it is extremely dangerous. Another disciple of mine emailed me right after watching the previous lecture. She is an overseas disciple who has just taken refuge from us not long ago. Shortly after the lecture, she sent me an email on the 26th of November. She said, "I deeply appreciate the revelations given by Buddha Father and Buddha Mother at the Dharma event yesterday. I would like to confess that I was also one of the ignorant sentient beings who had been chanting the Surangama mantra for more than 10 years. Because of the greed of the Dharma, I thought I could gain some blessings by chanting this mantra. I have also once purchased some Buddhist prayer beads and blessed items in nunneries and famous temples in Malaysia." That is, she bought some items related to the Surangama Sutra in Malaysia. I am ignorant and unaware that this sutra is apocryphal. I used to be muddling along in my Dharma practice with a scattered mind. It was not until yesterday that I suddenly realized it. When did this yesterday refer to? It was the date I gave the 13th lecture of the Compassion series, telling that the Surangama Sutra was fabricated while citing a case to prove it. After watching the lecture, she said, "I am endlessly grateful to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for never abandoning me, so that I could meet Buddha Father and Buddha Mother, take refuge, and practice the genuine Buddhist holy Dharma. Over the past few years, I have seen 2 or 3 times miserable spirits hiding under the eaves and trees. I still remember their helpless and terrified facial expressions. They were very painful. That is why I say we must practice the holy Dharma. Many people do not know how to practice the holy Dharma. When they enter the spiritual realm, most others in the spiritual realm will warn them against entering any house or cave. They say that there is a kind of suction. Once entering those places, it is impossible for one to go out. A large number of sentient beings entered those places without ever coming out again. All of them are trapped and have to take rebirth then. So, after hearing what they are told, they are all terror-stricken. It is very frightening. What do, then? They then live under the eaves of other people's houses or under the trees. Why? Because they are short of virtuous merits to have a place to live. They also dare not to enter some other houses randomly, because those people tell them they can never get out once entering those places. They are very scared, so they hide under the trees. Why are they hiding under the trees? Because they cannot stand the sun's energy, they must find a place to hide. And so they hide under the eaves or trees. They are very miserable. Many people are like this if they have not planted any virtuous merits while they are alive. A great number of sentient beings end up like this. That is why the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni said most people would fall into hell after death, and very few could take rebirth as a human again. Some ended up in the realm of hungry ghosts, that is, the ghost realm. They would become hungry ghosts later, after entering the ghost realm. It was very miserable. Some might take rebirth as an animal. So, this disciple of mine was dragged into this phenomenon and witnessed it simply because of reading the Surangama Sutra. While we are at it, let me explain further. She said, on the first day after my taking refuge, the 1st of October. When did she take refuge from us? At the end of September 2019, when we made a special trip to Singapore. We made an exception to accept the refuge seeking from any overseas disciple without requiring them to sit for an exam beforehand. They took refuge on the 30th of September. We did not teach them how to practice the holy Dharma in great detail at that time. We only gave very few superficial teachings, such as how to recite some prayers and mantras. She took refuge from us on the 30th of September, so the 1st of October was the first day after taking refuge. She said, I completed the morning chanting taught by Buddha Father and Buddha Mother in Singapore. Then I chanted the Sarangama mantra. She said, I found it out of place. If she chanted the mantras taught by Buddha Father and Buddha Mother, that is, taught by us, her mind felt pure and peaceful. But when she chanted the Sarangama mantra, her mind became scattered like before. She said, since that day, I have never chanted this mantra again. I have been only practicing the Dharma methods taught by Buddha Father and Buddha Mother. May I ask Buddha Father and Buddha Mother the following questions? Firstly, how should I deal with the items and mantra booklets related to the Sarangama Sutra? I taught her to burn or bury them. And before burning and burying them, she has to first make a prayer that there will be no more sentient beings who can touch these items again so as to protect themselves from being harmed. Only then can she burn or bury those items. Secondly, can I do the same as Dharma brother Jingyi? I previously cited a case of our disciple named Jingyi from Hong Kong as an example. She is also with us now. She created a group name related to Buddhist Holy Dharma to include those miserable and helpless spirits. Because this is how I taught them. I said, if you see anyone that you want to help out, but it is impossible for you to dedicate the merits to them by calling their names one by one, you can create a group name for them, which must be related to Buddhist Holy Dharma. For example, the Bodhisattva group and the Compassion group, that is, to represent all these sentient beings. You can then recite the group name once to include all these sentient beings in it whenever dedicating merits to them in the future. You can help them this way. This is what I taught them. She asked if she could follow the same method I taught them. She did not know what had been taught earlier, but Jingyi was taught to do so when I explained that letter. She wanted to do the same. She said, as for those sentient beings who are ignorant like I used to be, I would like to include them in this group as well. That is, any miserable sentient being who has been harmed by chanting the Sarangama mantra, or reading the Sarangama Sutra. I would like to add their names to this group so that I can use the meager power of my Dharma practice to dedicate the merits to them, so they will not be dragged into the vicious magnetic field. This is because this magnetic field is massive, given it has been accumulated for more than 1,000 years, and the victims have suffered tragically. Some Dharma practitioners who practiced well have also been dragged in. It is too miserable. Therefore, you all can dedicate the merits in this way. But will it help? It is a drop in the bucket, after all. But it is better than not offering any help at all. I am self-aware that I have not practiced the Holy Dharma for long yet. But I hope I can offer my contribution to help sentient beings. It is hard to find a sentient being with a mind to learn the Buddhist Holy Dharma. But it is sad to see them learning the false Buddhist Holy Dharma due to their ignorance. This is my most concerned issue, which she finally spoke it out. Why do I have to work so hard to preach so much Buddhist Holy Dharma? Why do I have to use so much energy and effort working hard, day in and day out, to preach the Holy Dharma in such great detail? It is because there are too many victims who suffer too miserably. It has been more than 1,000 years. There have been too many victims who have formed an enormous vicious magnetic field. I do this to save them and future sentient beings. Otherwise, there will be more and more victims. If I do not say anything, it will be even more tragic for another 1,000 years. It will be out of control, then. So, this is what I am concerned about. I feel that it is already challenging to ask sentient beings to learn the Holy Dharma. After they start learning the Holy Dharma, you still want to make them crazy and be trapped in the demonic realm. Are you not being cruel? That is why I really think these people are too cruel. So, I think what my disciple said is right. She said, I pray that the genuine holy Dharma will always remain in the world. I will dedicate myself to observing the precepts, so that the genuine holy Dharma will always stay, and the Dharma ending age could be further delayed. On the surface, the Surangama Sutra teaches people how to avoid being possessed by demons. In fact, the way it talks about the phenomena that might occur in the 5 aggregates, and what phenomenon would appear when entering a certain meditative state makes people more likely to get possessed by demons. They might come across the phenomenon of being possessed at any time. It vividly describes the Chilean demons and tortoise demons, all of which will make many people believe, because sentient beings tend to believe in bizarre and quirky things. The more they believe, the more likely they are to get possessed. Do not think that you will not get possessed if you never sit for meditation. You will know it when you die, for thousands of images will play in front of you, which will naturally cause you to be possessed easily. As such, in terms of Dharma practice, this will cause those Dharma practitioners a huge psychological pressure due to inner demons. And they will really end up being possessed, then. Therefore, any authentic sutra derived from the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni will never state in this way. You can look for it and show me there is none. He would never say things like this. You cannot forcefully say that the Surangama Sutra was told by the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni, for he never said any of these things. Only this Surangama Sutra said so. Therefore, it is highly dangerous. But why are so many famous monks or nuns unwilling to let go of this Surangama Sutra? Firstly, there are a large number of monks or nuns who are well known, but do not have this kind of realization. They do not know that one would enter this state, so they do not know this is a sutra of getting possessed. Secondly, a large number of monks or nuns are greedy. What are they greedy about? They do not know how to enter different meditative states. Some sutras that describe meditative states are too abstruse for them to understand. They feel that those sutras are so esoteric. The Surangama Sutra also describes the meditative states. Because it is so easy to read, they are very fond of it. Only the Surangama Sutra describes so plainly what demons, ghosts, and spirits one will be possessed with when entering a certain meditative state. It even spells out all the names of the ghosts. So, they are firmly convinced. As such, the Surangama Sutra is touted by some who practice meditation in the Chan school to be as high as the sky. They even said that among all the sutras in the world, the other sutras of the Lord Buddha are garbage, and only this sutra is the best. There are also some people who do not want to make too many efforts to practice the holy Dharma. For example, the Dharma practitioners of the Pure Land school prefer the practice method described in this sutra, as it only requires people to recite the Buddha's holy name, sutras, or mantras to get to the Buddha's Pure Land. As for other sutras, they say it is a great trouble to maintain such a high level of concentration for 1 to 7 days without any disturbance of thoughts and inversion of the mind. The Surangama Sutra is very different in that it does not require one to do this. It says that it is okay to just recite a few times. So they all hold on to this sutra and refuse to let it go. They are obsessed with the Surangama Sutra because they can use it to deceive people. Being greedy for simplicity, fast speed, and falsely acclaimed high success rates, they all fall into this trap of deception and are firmly convinced about it. They also vigorously promote this sutra, thinking it will help strengthen their sect. Of course, it will. When you describe something in such a bizarre and quirky way, people will all think it is fantastic, so they will go to learn it. When they go to learn it, they will fall victim to it. The fact is that, according to those sutras, one can only succeed by reciting Namo Buddha Amitabha with a high level of meditational power. But then you fabricate the Surangama Sutra to deceive people. Of course, you want to deceive them, so you claim this sutra to be omnipotent. Because they find what the Surangama Sutra describes really appealing, which will make more people believe. So, they tout the Surangama Sutra to be as high as the sky. This is what the so-called Dharma practitioners, who ignore the lives and deaths of sentient beings, will do. Therefore, these famous monks or nuns will harm many people. Their motives are vile and condemnable. Their vile motives come from their greedy minds. They must have noticed the word Chileen in the Surangama Sutra. I believe some of them were knowledgeable, and it was impossible they did not question its authenticity when they saw the word Chileen. They knew it was fake. But why did they still recommend this sutra against their conscience? It was all because of their greediness. Thus, their motives were vile and condemnable. That is it for today.